minutes. And that is a process that is going on now. The Sergeant at Arms will ring the bell for 10 minutes. And if quorum is achieved within the 10 minutes, then the Senate will proceed. And if no quorum is present at the expiration of the 10 minutes, the Speaker may direct that the bill be rung for a further 10 minutes. And if there is still no quorum present, then the Senate will be adjourned until the next sitting. As we had indicated earlier, the Senate is set to consider committee stage amendments to various bills. Among them will be the Persons with Disabilities Bill. That is the bill sponsored by Senator Christo Kegei Asige. And this bill, the principal object of the bill is to repeal the Persons with Disabilities Act of number 14 of 2003 and have in place a law that is consistent with the Constitution that was passed in 2010. The bill places emphasis on human rights approach towards the realization of specific rights of persons with disabilities. And the bill also sets out the obligations of both the national and county governments in line with the Constitution to ensure that the county government's obligations are delineated in accordance with the provisions of the fourth schedule to the Constitution. Among the provisions, the key provisions of the bill is that it provides the key obligations of the national and county levels of government in relation to the persons with disabilities. And under the bill, the national government is mandated to, among other functions, develop policies in protection of persons with disabilities, promote integration of persons with disabilities in schools, promote inclusion of persons with disabilities in the public service, and implement the preferential procurement measures for persons or entities managed with persons with disabilities, that is under the various procurement and asset disposal laws of the country. And there is also the mandates of the county governments, and their functions will be to implement the national policy and strategy on persons with disabilities, allocate adequate resources to programs targeting persons with disabilities, promote inclusion of persons with disabilities in the county public service, and also make sure that they develop mechanisms for identification of persons with disabilities residing within the counties. And the bill also seeks to review the membership of the National Council for Persons with Disabilities to include a person nominated by the Council of Governors to represent the county governments, and also provide the qualifications for appointment, procedure for appointment, and vacation of office, the tenure of office, and remuneration of the council members. And then further to that, the bill will also will require the Council of Persons with Disabilities to undertake research and recommend development of new technologies, including assistive devices suitable for use by persons with disabilities. There is also the startup bill that is also set to go for committee of the whole. And among the provisions of the startup bill is that it will seek to provide for the roles of the national and county governments. And among the roles of the national and county governments are to promote innovation, facilitate the transfer of technology innovation, create and develop a sustainable, globally competitive small and medium enterprise sector that contributes towards accelerated growth of the economy, promote the creation of employment and wealth creation, and also promote the linkages between universities and research institutions and the business committee. There is specific roles of the Kenya National Innovation Agency that is established under the Science, Technology and Innovation Act of 2013. We can see quorum has been achieved. We hand over to the Senate for proceedings. I've been your host, Jeremy Chabari.
Order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Senator Mogeni and Senator Muma, kindly take your seats. Honorable Senators, I do have the following communications to make. I would like to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, visiting delegation of university student leaders from Kisii and Nyamira counties. The delegation is in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Also in the public gallery, we have 21 students accompanied by 2 teachers from Faith Ventures Christian Academy in Roysambu, Nairobi County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will allow Senator Mogeni under 1 minute to extend some welcome remarks for the delegation from Kisii and Nyamira counties, and thereafter I will allow the Senator Fonandi to welcome the delegation from Nairobi County. Under 1 minute. Kindly proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I want to take this opportunity to welcome the students from the county of Kisii and Nyamira on my own behalf and on behalf of my brother, the senator for Nyamira. Mr. Speaker, these are our future leaders. When we used to be in school, we used to be told that you are the future leaders. Least did I know that one day I'll be here welcoming university students. So it's a great honor, Mr. Speaker, and I have no doubt that in the fullness of time, Mr. Speaker, when I've retired as Senator of Nyamira, in the midst of these students will be senators, will be governors, will be speakers, and I'm sure they draw a lot of inspiration from many of us leaders who are here, including people like Senator Galwale. So I want to assure them that we started as students like them. Let them also be focused, leave a mark. When we were leaving school, I remember, Mr. Speaker, there are teachers students who used to write on the notice board that remember Okongo Morgan used to be here. But we don't want you to be remembered that way. We want you to be remembered by the people of Omogusi community that you served as their leader and you left a mark. Don't be like a conveyor belt. Make a contribution as the youth to the betterment of this country. Take your role as leaders. Just the other day, I want you to know that this House, Senate, passed a bill, I believe that will be assented to by the President tomorrow, where we have made a provision that in the management of health facilities, there will be a place for a youth. One youth will be among the 8 members who will be in charge of management of our health facilities. Don't take a back seat. When you go back home, aspire to have a youth, maybe amongst you, to be one of the people who will be leading those health facilities. You will now open accounts in those facilities, not the way it is now in our county headquarters. So, welcome. I wish you a safe trip back to your respective campuses, and I wish you well, and I hope that you will leave a mark as future leaders of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. With your permission and indulgence, I want to join you in welcoming our beautiful students from Faith Ventures Christian Academy in Roysambu. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to wish them well as they continue to learn and in the Senate, the role of Parliament, what we do on behalf of all of us. Mr. Speaker, we are proud, and we want to tell them that the sky is no limit. They need to go for the best. They need to be disciplined, focused, hard work. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I know Roysambu very well. For some of us who have lived in this city, some of us know Roysambu very well. Even the area member of Parliament is my personal friend. I think is to wish them well. Mr. Speaker, sir, let them continue learning. I want to thank your office and the Secretariat so that they learn what we do. And as Senator Okongo Mugeni, Commissioner Senior Counsel, Mr. Speaker, he has said that we wish them also that one day they become the leaders of today, not tomorrow. And we wish you a fruitful learning experience. Pass our regards to your teachers and your families, and tell them we are working very hard for the betterment of our great nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Senators, I do have 3 messages that I wish to communicate to you. I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3 and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage of the National Assembly by the National Assembly of the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2022. The message, which is dated Thursday 28 September 2023, was received on Monday 16 October 2023 in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 150 of 6th October 2022 as a bill seeking to reinstate provisions of the Sugar Act 2001 that was repealed through the enactment of the Crops Act 2013 to re-establish the Kenya Sugar Board and restore its roles that are currently performed by the Sugar Directorate of the Agriculture and Food Authority established under the Agriculture and Food Authority Act 2013, and to reinvigorate the sugar sector through the establishment of the Sugar Development Levy and the Sugar Development Fund, and to establish the Kenya Sugar Research Institute. And whereas on Wednesday 27 September 2023, the National Assembly considered the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, and passed it with amendments and in the form attached herewith. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the bill to the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, the message was received with a request from the sponsor of the bill, Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, CBS MP of the National Assembly, that Senator David Wafula Wakoli MP co-sponsors and introduces the bill in the Senate. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 163.2, which states, before a bill originating from the National Assembly is read a first time in the Senate, the Speaker shall notify the Senate whenever a message received from the Speaker of the National Assembly naming a senator or senators who have been nominated by the sponsor of the bill to co-sponsor the bill in the Senate. Honorable Senators, in this regard, this request has been conveyed to the aforementioned senator for his further action. I thank you. Honorable Senators, I also wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3 and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bills number 43 of 2023. The message, dated Tuesday 17th October 2023, was received on Tuesday 17th October 2023 in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 168 of 15th September 2023, to provide for public health facility improvement financing and the management and administration of facility improvement financing in the country. And whereas the Senate passed the said bill on 27th September 2023 and referred it to the National Assembly for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. Further, whereas on Tuesday 17th October 2023, the National Assembly considered and passed the Facilities Improvement Financing Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2023, without amendment and in the form passed by the Senate. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41(1) and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. Honorable Senators, I am in the process of forwarding the bill to His Excellency the President for assent. I thank you. Honorable Senators, Senator Cheptumo, you are a seasoned politician and legislator. Move to the bar and freeze as I conclude the message. Very well. Honorable Senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46(3) and 4(1) and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bills number 44 of 2023. The message, dated Tuesday 17th of October 2023, was received on Tuesday 17th of October 2023 in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 41(1) and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 169 of 15th September 2023 to provide a framework for the delivery of, access to, and management of primary health care. And whereas the Senate passed the said bill on 28th September 2023 and referred it to the National Assembly for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. Further, whereas on Tuesday 17th of October 2023, the National Assembly considered and passed the Primary Health Care Bill, Senate Bill number 44 of 2023, without amendment and in the form passed by the Senate. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41(1) and 144 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the said decision of the National Assembly to the Senate. Honorable Senators, I am in the process of forwarding the same to His Excellency the President for assent. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Senators, I hereby report that a petition has been submitted to the Senate by representatives of Mwabundusi land squatters in Bobaracho Ward in Kisii County concerning the delayed allocation of alternative land for their central land that was alienated for the construction of Kisii Agricultural Research Institute and Kisii Farmers Training Center. As you're aware, under Article 1191 of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Honorable Senators, the salient issues raised in this petition are as follows. 1, that originally the land where Kenya Agricultural Research Institute (KARI) and Kisii Farmers Training Center (KFTC) are located belong to the families of Mogaka Nyabaro, Naftali Openda, Christopher Mbaka, and Atogo Mogaka, among others. that between the years of 1963 to 1964, the Ministry of Agriculture, in coordination with the then Provisional Director of Agriculture, alienated 83 acres of land to lease to Kenya Agricultural Research Institute, KARI, and Kisii Farmers Training Center for a period of 37 years, and the lease agreement has already expired. That up to date, the land is still under ownership of Kenya Agricultural Institute and the Kisii Farmers Training Center, and currently occupies more than 300 acres of land, despite the initial land set aside for their use, which was 38 acres. That in 2015, the residents of Mabundusi lodged a complaint with the National Land Commission, NLC, on the expansion of the land from the initial 83 acres to over 300 acres, and abuse of the lease agreement by Kenya Agricultural Research Institute, KARI, and Kisii Farmers Training Center, KFTC. That the petitioners, whose central land is occupied by KARI, have been forced to settle near the river banks, which under the Environmental Management and Coordination Act 2012 is termed as riparian, public land, and they are facing eviction. And lastly, that the petitioner has made efforts to have this matter addressed by the National Land Commission, which has failed to give a satisfactory response. The petitioners therefore pray that the Senate intervenes in this matter with a view to do the following: have the National Land Commission determine the actual acreage allocated to KARI and KFTC, and 2, have expeditious resettlement of the petitioners to any available public land. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 237, I will allow limited comments. I will take 2 from the minority side and 2 from the majority side. In that case, therefore, I will start with Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Bwana Spika, mambo ya mashamba ama ardhi imekuwa ni donda sugu katika Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Na nataka kuungana na hawa ndugu zetu wa Bulusi kusema ya kwamba mashamba yao, Bwana Spika, yamenyakuliwa ama yamechukuliwa kwa sababu kulingana na dua lao wanasema ya kwamba kampuni hii ama shirika hili la serikali, Bwana Spika, lilikuwa limepewa zaidi ya ekari 83, alafu sasa wakaongeza mpaka ekari 300, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, jambo hili ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana, kwa sababu nchi hii ya Kenya ni yetu, na hakuna vile wananchi, Bwana Spika, ambao ni wananchi walalahoi wanasukumwa katika nchi yao na kupelekwa katika sehemu ambazo wanakaa kwa shida nyingi. Bwana Spika, sio dua hilo peke yake, Bwana Spika. Katika seneti hii nataka kuwashukuru kwa sababu wameona kwamba wakileta dua lao katika seneti litashughulikiwa lipasavyo, Bwana Spika. Na sina shaka, Bwana Spika, kamati ambayo inaongozwa na John Medhu washughulikia shida hiyo kwa kidharura ndio wapate suluhu la kudumu. Bwana Spika, Laikipia kuna hiyo shida, Bwana Spika. Watu ambao wamefurushwa katika mahali walikuwa wakiishi wanaitwa permanent evictees, Bwana Spika. Wanaishi maisha ya uchochole, wanaishi kwa shida, Bwana Spika, ilhali wameleta dua hapa na dua lao likasemekana ya kwamba kamati iliyoshughulikia ikapeana mwelekeo, ikasema kwamba serikali tayari anapasa kuafidia, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Spika, bila kupoteza wakati, ningependa tu kusema ya kwamba kamati ambayo itashughulikia hili swala, Bwana Spika, wapate jawabu la kudumu, Bwana Spika, na wakipata jawabu, Bwana Spika, haitoshi, kwa sababu wanapeana mapendekezo, Bwana Spika. Wakipeana mapendekezo, Bwana Spika, mapendekezo yanabaki kuwa mapendekezo. Mapendekezo yenyewe, Bwana Spika, hayatiliwi mkazo ndio yaweze kutekelezwa, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono hilo dua, ikipatiana katika kamati ishughulikie. Tukipata mapendekezo, haya mapendekezo yashughulikiwe, Bwana Spika. Nashukuru, Bwana Spika.
Senator Mugene.
Mr. Speaker, I want to declare that I'm from the Omogusi community. I'm not directly affected, so I have no personal interest in this matter. But, Mr. Speaker, it is really sad to hear that a public entity like KARI wants to oppress poor people from the Omogusi community. We all know, Mr. Speaker, that Kisii is one of the most densely populated regions in this country, where a dispute over land can cost your life. In Kisii, we don't joke with the land. If you joke with the land, you can easily lose your life. So, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Walakipia, hoja nidhamu yako ni nini?
Bwana Spika, nimemsikiza Senator wa kutoka Nyamira akisema ati yeye ameanza mwanzo kusema yeye kwamba jambo lile halimhusu ndio wala sikio kwa sababu lakini yeye ni Senator, Bwana Spika. Jambo lolote ambalo linamhusu Mkenya linamhusu yeye kwa sababu ni Mkenya, Bwana Spika.
Ni kanuni gani katika hoja za ni kanuni gani hasa ambayo unaitumia kuleta hoja yako ya nidhamu?
Bwana Spika, ni kwa sababu sisi ni wawakilishi wa Kenya, Bwana Spika. Na katika katiba ya Kenya, Bwana Spika, kipengele namba 96, Bwana Spika.
Ni kanuni gani?
Ni katiba ya Kenya, Bwana Spika. Ni katiba ya Kenya, Bwana Spika. Katiba ya Kenya, Bwana Spika.
Senator Mogeni, endelea kumaliza hotuba yako tafadhali. Mr. Speaker, that happens after you have had a 5-course lunch. So Mr. Speaker, I was saying that land is very, very sensitive, and we welcome government institutions like KARI to undertake their business in Kisii. We benefit a lot from them. But again, they also need to acknowledge that the people who have their ancestral land in Kisii also have their own rights as people of Kisii. I am placing a lot of faith, Mr. Speaker, in this committee headed by Senator of Nyandarua, my good friend Senator Metho, because I remember there is a time in the last session we had such a matter that was brought by petitioners from the county of Baringo, and we dealt with it, Mr. Speaker. We summoned the CS lands then, and she agreed to compensate the people who are affected. So I really hope that now that the way Senator Kinyo has put it, these Kenyans have shown faith and trust in this house. We can only reciprocate by also going into the very bottom of this matter, do a thorough investigation, Mr. Speaker. If there is an injustice being committed against these poor Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, we should stand with them, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have taken, even under the new constitution, land has been elevated so much in that we have a chapter dedicated to land issues, Mr. Speaker. Under the judiciary, in Article 162, we have created a specialized court that is dedicated to dealing with issues of land and environment. That shows how serious Kenyans, when enacting the Constitution of 2010, took the issue of land. So I trust that my friend Senator Metho will go into the depth of this matter. We listen to these Kenyans. We be fair to everybody. We don't just listen to the mighty, but even these poor Kenyans have a right to be listened to and have a right to receive justice. I hope this matter will be solved amicably so that we can have coexistence between KARI and the people who are living in the ancestral land in Kisii. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to comment on this particular petition. Honorable Speaker, the families were generous to give 38 acres to KARI for research in that part of the country, but they took advantage and used close to about 300 acres, which they don't need. Research, you don't need that big piece of land, and they pushed the families to live on a riparian land, which is very dangerous. Honorable Speaker, with these climate change issues, you know, it is important that since the leases have expired, they need to give back basically the land to the community, to the families, and then so that the families can make use of the riparian, put up trees to help in terms of these issues of climate change. Honorable Speaker, this issue is not only in Kisii alone. I know there are many families and communities that were generous. Our grandparents and parents were, I mean, donated land maybe to schools, colleges, and because of ignorance of maybe of our grandparents, some of these institutions took advantage and basically acquired titles in their names without even the families knowing. So I believe the committee should investigate, look at these particular issues so that if there are any injustices, the families are given back the particular land. In fact, there is an issue in Elgeyo-Marakwet County called Chibarora FTC, 1,800 acres that was given to the FTC, but along the way, they decided to take all of it and push the families to where it's not fertile to even do anything on that particular piece where they were given. Honorable Speaker, I hope this will benefit. The committee will go, listen to both sides, and basically justice should prevail, and the communities, the two families should get back the about 200 and maybe 62 acres or 67 acres. And then Kari can continue with the other 38. If anything, they have actually lost a lot of land themselves that was grabbed in early 90s. So they don't need that big piece of land. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Mwache.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia ardhi hali hii ambayo imeletwa na wakazi wa kutoka maeneo ya Kisii ambako wanalalamika kuhusiana na kunyakuliwa kwa ardhi yao ya jadi na taasisi ya Kari na taasisi ya Kisii Farmers Training Center. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni masikitiko kwamba watu ambao wamejitolea ardhi kwa taasisi ya kiserikali, taasisi ile imekuwa sasa wao ndio wanamiliki ardhi yote ambayo familia ama jamii hii ilikuwa inamiliki. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni sana kumkaribisha ngamia nyumbani kwako alafu ngamia akakutoa ndani ya nyumba ile. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona pia katika maelezo yao ni kwamba walikwenda kwa National Land Commission, tume ya ardhi ya kitaifa, mwaka 2015, lakini karibu miaka 8 baadaye hawajapata suluhu ya swala kala hili. Na wapongeza kwa kuwa na imani kwamba Senate hii itaweza kuangalia mambo yao ili waone kwamba zile dhulma ambao wanafanyiwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, zimewekewa kikomo. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata wakati wa ukoloni ardhi zetu zilichukua kama hivi. Tunaanza kidogo, baadaye mnaambiwa hapa nyinyi hamufai kuishi hapa, na ardhi inakwenda hivyo hivyo kiolela. Baadaye wanapewa mabwenyenye wengine na wanaweza kuanza kufanya biashara na kulima na mambo kama hayo. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka 2021 kulikuja ardhi hali kama hii ya jamii ya Wajomvu kule kaunti ya Mombasa. Na licha ya kwamba tulipewa pendekezo kwa tume ya kitaifa ya ardhi iweze kuingilia jambo hilo, mpaka sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, tume ile haijaita mkutano wala haijakaa kulifuatilia swala hilo. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mapendekezo kwamba iwapo masuala haya yataweza kujadiliwa na tume ama Senate itoe mapendekezo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima pendekezo yale ambayo yatatolewa yatekelezwe, kwa sababu haina faida watu walete malalamiko yao katika bunge hili, bunge litoe kauli, baadaye zile kauli zikaliwe na wale wanaohusika katika serikali. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Senator Mutenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do rise to support this petition because, one, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that Article 43, which states that the Constitution provides for economic and social rights, which include a right that every person has a right to good living. Matters agriculture are also very passionate to me. This is an institution, Matters Research, that definitely will be able to ensure that we are going to have the levels of farming and agricultural feedbacks that are required to the standard that are needed. Mr. Speaker, Matters Land. As we've seen, even with our neighboring county, the county of Machakos, the motion that we were even discussing yesterday on the illegalities of land matters, whereby Case example, Kisii is really asking to be to have the land to be able to put an agricultural institution. I support it. It's a plus because then it creates more employment. It ensures that our farmers are able to have a produce that is quality. They are able to have different markets, hence expansion and matters around that. But I don't want to forget that at times individuals have their own interest, ensure holding land so that eventually they end up benefiting themselves. We've seen what is happening in Mavoko County, whereby cartels and leaders in this country have decided to come out and fraudulently take monies from very innocent Kenyans, whereby families, as we speak, they are suffering because people have put money in their pockets. But I'm very happy that the DCI, Mr. Speaker, has put a list which we continue emphasizing that he expounds on that particular list for the leaders who in this country who are supposed to represent the people, yet they're the ones who are still eating money from these people, yet innocent Kenyans are suffering. But back to the issue of Kisii, I do support that this is a very important institution, putting in mind I have a bill that talks about extension services, agricultural extension services in this country, and this is one area that is going to be very impactful, Mr. Speaker, on matters agricultural research. It's very important and I rise to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I rise to support this petition. There are a couple of things which struck me on this petition. That a government institution, by another government institution, the Ministry of Agriculture, allocated land, excised out a portion of land belonging to private individual and allocated 83 acres on a leasehold to another government institution. The first question, Mr. Speaker, that I hope that Senator Methu and his Committee on Agriculture will try and look in land, will try and ask the right question. When this lease expired, what happened? Because it is very, very important, because once we have the right questions asked, we can then be able to assist these people who are now referred to as squatters. The last time I heard of a name squatter in the history of this country was really highly referred to people who worked in tea estates, in coffee plantations. But in a country as large as Kenya today, and this, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, it has affected the Kisii community. The Kisii community are now spread across the country because their own land has been taken away by government institutions. It's a shame. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Committee on Lands will first of all determine what happened to the title deed of the real owners of this land. How can you come to my land, you excise out, you give a 37-year lease, and then until today, way back from 1945, from 1964, until today, you're still living in that land. So, Mr. Speaker, this is one of those petitions where if we resolve the problem of this land, we can be able to help so many other Kenyans get access to land, be able to live in their home, and be happy. The reason why we have squatters, Mr. Speaker, is because of ignorance. It is true. Our community, our people did not know the value of a title deed. But now in this country, a government institution goes out, is given a leasehold for 37 years, and they are still sitting on the land. And Mr. Speaker, they are only leased 87 acres. And now they have taken 300 acres. They are very lucky, Mr. Speaker, it is not Maasai land. Otherwise, we would have kicked them out ourselves because they have no right to come in and take the land that doesn't belong to them. It is true, Mr. Speaker, this has affected every other community. If you go to Nakuru today, Mr. Speaker, you will find the Maasai community who live there carry the land that belongs to Kari. And I believe it's still the same tactics which were used. Maybe Kari was only given a portion of land, but they took the entire land. Today, Mr. Speaker, during this drought season, all Maasai's cows go back to where they belonged before, the land that was taken away from them. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this petition, but it will be important to clarify two things. If you look at issue number 4, that the petitioners are praying that the National Land Commission determine the actual acreage allocated to the Kenya Agricultural Research Institute. Mr. Speaker, I found that to be contradictory in the petition, because in the earlier, the issue that were raised was that the petitioners were quite clear that the land which was allocated to Kari was 83 acres. So that's a bit confusing. So is that the issue to be determined, or the issue of the lease agreement? If you look at the second issue, Mr. Speaker, they are saying that this lease was only for a period of time. What happened to all the other leases? Not only this lease, and I hope that Senator Matthew would be able to extend the scope of his investigation to look at other leases which were given before we had 99-year lease, lands which was allocated to foreigners. What happened to those leasehold? Like Ipia is a big issue. We have land which was allocated to foreigners. The Maasais are now almost living as squatters there because their land, those foreigners are still living in those lands. It is over 100,000 acres. You'll find one title deed.
Order, Senator Kajwang and Senator Mungatana. You're out of order. Kindly be orderly. Conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for protecting me. I never thought that Senator Kajwang will be speaking across the aisle, talking to Senator Mungatana. But on a serious note, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we resolve this issue of leaseholds. If your leasehold is 99 years, unless it is renewed, you vacate and you leave the land to revert back to the original owners. So this is a very important petition, and I hope that we can give the people of Kisii the justice that they deserve, for them to go and live in their land and leave the riparian land for the conservation of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wafula.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii. Mchango wangu ni kwamba kuna mchakato ambao unaendelea wa shamba na watu kufurushwa katika mashamba yao asilia, na uchunguzi wangu ama kupitia vyombo vya habari ni kwamba awamu ya matumizi ya shamba hilo ilitamatika na shamba hilo ilipaswa kurejeshewa wahusika wazao wa eneo hilo. Na haya ndio maswali ambayo watu wa kaunti ya Kisii wanauliza. Iwapo makataa ya muda wa matumizi ya shamba hili umetamatika, ni jambo la busara mashamba haya yarejeshewe wenyeji, kwa sababu wametumia kwa miaka mingi, na miaka iliyotumiwa ama iliyoliwa na nzige, Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima irudishwe. Watu kuishi kana kwamba si wa Kenya, watu ambao wanajua urithi wao uko wapi, kusimamiwa kwa mitutu ya bunduki na askari, kufurushwa katika mashamba yao, sio jambo ambalo tutaweza kukubali. Sasa kamati ya ardhi tunaomba ichunguze ni mashamba yapi ambayo yaliwachiliwa na watu wa maeneo husika ambayo serikali imechukua, ili iwapo awamu hizo zimekwisha, hatua madhubuti zichukuliwe ili wahusika ama wenyeji wa maeneo haya wapewe mashamba yao. Haya masuala yamejipata hapa kwa sababu katika kaunti ya Kakamega tumeona wale ambao walikuwa na uzao wao katika maeneo ya misitu ya Kakamega, kule Migori, na sasa huku Kisii tumeyaona. Tunaomba kwamba haya masuala yashughulikiwe kwa haraka. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Ojenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me contribute to this question with the background, Mr. Speaker, of litigation in this area. Mr. Speaker, sir, the people of Kisii are must be guided by a number of things. The first, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the Gazette notice that acquired this land or designated or set apart this land for purposes of the two institutions, KARI and KFTC. Mr. Speaker, that Gazette notice will remain alive until the objectives of that Gazette notice are exterminated or spent. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have had the advantage of doing cases in this area I've done a case for Sony Sugar on acquisition of land from individual citizens. And after the purpose was used for the establishment of the sugar factory, original owners came to court to claim parts of land that had been used to develop Awendo town. This is a matter that will be litigated to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court held that titles once acquired and compensation made to original owners cannot revert back to those original owners. And I think that is the question that the petitioners find themselves in. Mr. Speaker, sir, currently we have a live issue of the land question in Mavoko, where the land of East African Portland Cement has been acquired by other people using fake titles and subsequently subdivided. I think we have another parcel of 500 acres of land of numerical machining complex belonging to the government, again acquired by third parties using the same mechanism. I would therefore advise, Mr. Speaker, sir, that where land acquisition is involved under the Land Acquisition Act, Cap 294, or under the framework guided now by the National Land Commission, the purpose we must examine, or the committee will have to examine the purpose for which the land was set apart, and only if that purpose has been extinguished, only then would part of that 300 acres of land revert back to the public and would then be available for allocation by the National Land Commission. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the original purpose must be met first. Let these institutions be created. If they do not require the entire 300 acres, only then, if they say they take 200 acres, only then can 100 acres revert. And then, because there was compensation, because that is the beginning of acquisition, that land would revert to the government and would then be available for allocation to third parties. I think that is when perhaps these individuals or their grandsons can then claim priority because they are original owners, but they were compensated. I rest, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2381, the petition should be committed to the relevant committee for its consideration. In this case, I direct that the same be committed to the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. And in terms of Standing Order 2382, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the date, from the time of reading this prayer, which is today, to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. Now, before we move to the next order, allow me to make the following communication. Honorable Senators, as you may recall, at the sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 5th October 2023, the temporary Speaker then, Senator Abdul Haji, MP, directed Senator Godfrey Osotsi, MP, to substantiate utterances made in the course of debate, following interventions pursuant to Standing Order 105.1. Standing Order 105 provide, and I quote, "A senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts that the senator alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. If a senator has sufficient reason to convince the Speaker that the senator is unable to substantiate the allegation instantly, the Speaker shall require that such senator substantiate the allegations not later than the next sitting day, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121, that is disorderly conduct, unless the senator withdraws the allegations and gives a suitable apology if the Speaker so requires." Now, honorable senators, the senator was not able to substantiate his statements pursuant to Standing Order 105.1, and subsequently requested the Speaker to provide the evidence at the next sitting day in accordance with Standing Order 105.2. Having acceded to the request, the Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order, directed that the senator substantiate his allegations at the next sitting day. Subsequently, the substantiation was not carried out at the next sitting day due to the business at hand. I have therefore reviewed the Hansard report of the proceedings held on Thursday, 5th October 2023, and I have ascertained the remarks that necessitated the Senator to be challenged to substantiate his claims. The particulars of the allegation that requires substantiation by the Senator as follows. Senator Samson Cherargei MP sought the intervention of the Chair to require Senator Godfrey Osotsi MP to substantiate the statement that we have had issues even recently in my county, in the boundary between Vihiga and Aldai at a place near Serem. This was very recent, in the last month. The attackers came, provoked and attacked a village, killed animals, burnt them, injured people and burnt houses. That was not given the coverage that Sondu is being given now. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 1052, I now invite the Senator to forthwith substantiate his claims, failure to which the Senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121. In the absence of such substantiation, the Senator will be required to withdraw the statements and apologize to the Senator, failure to which the Senator will be required to withdraw from the chamber. Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am ready to substantiate as follows. On Tuesday, the 5th October 2023, during a motion of adjournment under Standing Order number 37, moved by Senator Mundigi MP, titled Ukosefu wa usalama katika kaunti ya Turkana na eneo la Sondu, I made a contribution to the motion, giving incidences of conflict that have happened, similar conflicts that have happened in the recent past. One such incident is at the boundary between Aldai constituency and Hamisi constituency, which is in Vihiga County, where animals and houses belonging to people in that area were burnt down. Senator Samson Cherargei MP, the Senator for Nandi, under Standing Order number 105 and 110, requested to know why I was inciting the people of Aldai and Vihiga by alleging and stating that there were no boundary clashes in Serem and Vihiga, which had not been recorded in any police station. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, on that day, Senator Abdul Haji MP was sitting in the chair, requested that I substantiate on the issues of clashes in Aldai and Vihiga. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I wish to substantiate as follows. 1, on the 15th August 2023, there was an attack at Kapkitan Koitabut village in Aldai, which is near the boundary between Vihiga and Nandi. 3 suspects were arrested following the incident, and the matter was reported at Nandi South Police Station, and the reference number OB is 3/15/8/23. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, on the morning of 15th August 2023, rowdy youth, estimated at 100 in number, attacked the above-mentioned village, which was viewed as a retaliatory move following the death of a 32-year-old man who was killed and his motorbike torched in the area. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, 3 houses were torched. The number of animals that were killed is not mentioned, but is in the OB statement. There was also the destruction of vegetation, banana plantation and other vegetation. Number 4, the names of the victims are Mr. James Chanzu, Regina Onzere, Japheth Anguzuzu. This is persuasion that they are lawyers living along that border. Were the perpetrators who are now suspects in the OB were Kennedy Kibet and Nicholas Kipchoge. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, on the number of times such attacks has occurred, from the news gathered, such attacks have been persistent, happening in the past. Questioning the effectiveness...
Point of order, Senator Cheruiyot.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't intend to interrupt Senator Osotsi, but there's a practice long set in this House that when you're substantiating, you don't seek to long elaborate and lead the House into unnecessary discussions. Substantiation by practice of Parliament, and those who have been here long enough know this, means that you table the evidence. You don't read a statement. This is a new practice, Mr. Speaker, which perhaps, if we are deviating from the norms of parliamentary practice, can you guide the House, Mr. Speaker? Because I know what substantiation is, and anybody who has been in this House long enough know that once you have been challenged to substantiate, then what Senator Osotsi should be doing is to table that OB that he's referring to. Then you read, it is perused through the House, and we get satisfied, but not reading a statement, Mr. Speaker. Please guide this House.
Senator, yes, Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, the person with the duty and obligation to be a judge on whether the substantiation is within the standing orders and the rules and procedures of Parliament is a Speaker. The House does not take a vote. The House does not have an opinion. This is one of those decisions where the Speaker has got full authority, full responsibility to determine whether what the Senator is submitting addresses the issues that were challenged. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, want to beg, because what the Majority Leader has said perhaps could have been a practice out of expedience, but not as captured in Standing Order number 105. And so, Mr. Speaker, I beg that you rule out Senator Cheruiyot's objection so that we can allow Senator Osotsi to complete his statement, and it is you, the Speaker, who shall then determine whether it addresses the concerns that were raised.
Yes, Senator Boni Mazayo, and then you'll allow me to rule on the matter.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to persuade you. The point of order raised by the leader of the majority has merit. Mr. Speaker, the reason why the Senator of Vihiga was challenged is because he was making allegations. So we wanted that he moves from allegations to giving evidence. Mr. Speaker, the tradition of this House is that the only thing he should have done would have been to lay the evidence on the table, then sit down. The clerks at the table would have given you that evidence. You look at the evidence. If it is credible, you would then allow it to stand. But what he's doing, Mr. Speaker, he's just doing allegation upon allegation the way he did in the first instance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the tradition of the House when you're told to substantiate is that you give the facts, because those are the ones to be determined upon. I can see in this statement, Mr. Speaker, the name of the place where the incident took place. Mr. Speaker, even this matter has been recorded at the police station. There's an OB number. Mr. Speaker, there is even a video clip that can be laid before the House.
Senator Mazayo,
just allow me to finish,
do
Mr.
not
Speaker.
go that route. You're not the one substantiating.
No, I'm not substantiating, but I'm telling you why. You have asked, he's been told to substantiate. And I think it's only fair if he's allowed to complete his substantiation.
Very well, Senator.
Yes.
Very well. Now,
if you want the video clips, they can be provided.
Senator Mazayo, you speak to the chair. Now, honorable senators, when you're called upon to substantiate, the first thing you need to know is you restrict your substantiation to the matter that you've been called upon to substantiate. Now, Senator Osotsi, this is the statement that you've been called upon to substantiate, and I'm going to read for you. And you have to restrict yourself to that particular statement that you made. This is it. We have had issues even recently in my county, in the boundary between Vihiga and Aldai at a place near Serem. This was very recent. That is the attack near Vihiga. It was very recent in the last month. The attackers came, provoked and attacked a village, killed animals, burnt them, injured people, and burned houses. That was not given the coverage that Sondu is not being given. So the only evidence that you need to table, because the problem with reading a speech is you attract a debate immediately. But evidence cannot be debated. If you table, the matter was reported in Nandi, and you're doing very well until you started giving a speech. The matter that happened in Vihiga between Aldai at a place called Serem was reported to this police station. Here is the OB I'm tabling. The attackers came, provoked and attacked a village, killed animals, burnt them. Here is the video that captured that particular incident. And you see it. I thought you'll take only a minute to do this. Don't explain, just give us the evidence. This is the OB, it was to confirm that it happened. Here is the OB. I talked about attackers and animals killed and they were burnt. Here is the video showing the attackers, the animals burnt, and that's all. You simply table and you'll be good to go. I've ruled on the matter, Senator Fernandi. It's good. Let us not prolong it to a debate. Senator Osotsi, proceed. You just need to prove those two things, that it happened and the OB is the evidence and animals are burnt by the attackers, and here is the video. And you're good to go.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your guidance. I want to state that I have the videos. I have the videos of the animals which were burnt. I have the video clip of the news coverage by Citizen TV. I also have a copy of the OB. And all these documents, Mr. Speaker, are in this flash disk. And they have been reviewed.
So
I table.
Senator Osotsi, just table?
Yes.
I will review them and then I'll communicate.
Yes.
So just table and take your seat.
I table them. I table them.
Great.
I table them. All the evidence is here. The substantiation I was to make, Mr. Speaker, is to...
Senators, order. Allow the Honorable Senator to conclude. Order,
Mr. Speaker, protect me from Senator Cherigei. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to urge the local administration to deal with this matter, which is before them. And the evidence is here, and this matter, this incident happened, and even I have spoken to Senator Cherigei before, and he confirmed that indeed it happened. Mr. Speaker, I think moving forward...
What is the point of order, Senator Fernando? And Senator Sotsi, I've told you, you don't have to go that route because you're going to attract debate.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the responsibility of facts as per Standing Order 105, it is unfair for Senator Otsotsi, my good neighbor, to drag me into his oath. Because if there was an issue, it is a fact that I should have known, but we have never had a discussion with him. The only time we meet is just when we are taking a cup of tea in the lounge, and we have never had a discussion.
Very
because,
well,
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion...
Senator Fernandez, I know where you're going. Please take your seat.
Okay.
We will review the evidence as tabled by Senator Osotsi, and thereafter I'll make a communication in that regard. Thank you. What more do you need? You've tabled your evidence. You have more evidence? Or you want to make another speech? I'm interested in evidence. Clerk, call the next order, please.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Where is that flash?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate. Today, Wednesday, the 18th of October, 2023, the National Treasury Economic Planning Second Annual Report on the State of Public-Private Partnerships for financial year 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Next order. What is the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising for guidance at this stage of the laying of the papers. Mr. Speaker, why I wish that you guide us as a House is in respect of contravening of Standing Order number 100, number 205, and number 206. Mr. Speaker, the relevance of this request is as follows. That, Mr. Speaker, this House formed a select committee ad hoc to look into the matter of Shakahola. And, Mr. Speaker, it has come into public domain that, Mr. Speaker, one of the witnesses who is being investigated not just by this committee, but also by the state, has hosted some members of that committee, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me so that I can speak to the matter, to refer to the provision of Standing Order number 100, which, Mr. Speaker, says, no senator shall refer to the substance of the proceedings of a select committee before the committee has made its report to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, allow me also, so as to argue my case, to read out for clarity Standing Order number 205. In one, it says that a notice of a meeting of the select committee shall be issued by the clerk in writing to all members of the committee showing the date, time, venue, and agenda of the meeting. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Standing Order number 206 provides that a sitting of the select committee shall be held at such a place, date and time as shall be determined by the chairperson or on a petition made by at least 5 members of that committee, but no meeting, Mr. Speaker, no meeting of a committee may be held outside the precincts of Parliament without the approval of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, bearing those standing orders on mind, the witness who has hosted members of this committee, Mr. Speaker, this specific committee, Mr. Speaker, is a witness by the name of Mr. Speaker, Pastor Ezekiel Odero. Mr. Speaker, this witness is currently on bail, out on bail. He's being investigated for at least 14 offenses that include, Mr. Speaker, aiding suicide, murder, abduction, radicalization, genocide, crimes against humanity, child cruelty, fraud, and money laundering, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, where I've reached, it is now clear that the Speaker has to guide us on the following things. One, how did these members visit this witness in the name of the ad hoc committee when they were not accompanied by the secretariat that was named to clerk that committee? Two, why did they go to that home, the witness, without the Hansard to record the proceedings? Three, Mr. Speaker, could you clarify whether the office of the clerk funded the trip, the flights, return, accommodation, and meals? And Mr. Speaker, could you confirm whether the office of the clerk procured security for these members? Mr. Speaker, if you do so, then I'm inviting you to guide this House and guide the public on the fidelity of the report of the Select Committee in view of the fact that it smacks of compromise. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, Honorable Senators, Honorable Senators, I'm afraid I will not allow any other senator to speak on this particular matter. I will not allow. Senator Mungatana, I will not allow. So kindly have your seat. Honorable Senators, honorable senators. Honorable senators. Kindly order Senator Boni. Senator Boni. I think we'll start and end with Senator Boni. Order senators. Honorable senators, kindly let us be orderly. Senator Boni, you have stated, I listened to your submission very keenly, and you stated that this is a matter in the public domain. Were you referring to maybe newspaper articles or news item? What is the source of your...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm an experienced member of parliament in this country.
That much I know.
And Mr. Speaker, if you can bear me, it is just 1.5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I'm an experienced member of parliament in this country. Correct. 2, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that reports from the media do not make part of what can move a senator to convince the House on any motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm also aware that a matter which is in public domain can form part of the reason of moving this House. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to demonstrate that the matter is in public domain. Mr. Speaker, membership of this House, membership of that committee is part of public domain. And because the members of that committee have spoken to that issue, and members of that committee have spoken to some members of this House, including myself, it then privileged us to be part of the awareness that the matter is in public opinion. If I am pushed, I will then volunteer the name of the senator who brought me into the loop of the matter being in public opinion. Mr. Speaker,
Order, senators.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in the history, Mr. Speaker, in the history of this country, no member of parliament or a group of member of parliament have ever sponsored themselves to meet the cost of discharging the mandate of a committee. It is in public domain, pronouncement made by members of that committee who went to Shakahola, who went to the home of this witness, trying to persuade us that, forget it, we sponsored ourselves. Mr. Speaker, the same members have also persuaded us, in order to dissuade us from being more angry, that I can show you how I bought my own ticket to the rendezvous. Mr. Speaker, I beg that I don't be pushed further, because this is the first time. Mr. Speaker, order, senators. Mr. Speaker,
Senator Boni.
This is
Senator Boni. There is a cardinal rule. Order, senators. Senator Mgatana, as the chair, I'll give you an opportunity. I'll give you an opportunity to speak after Boni. But Senator Boni, there is a cardinal rule that he who alleges proves. So don't feel like you're being pushed far. You're already there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to conclude by appealing to the eye in our minds that the only other ad hoc committee that captured the imagination of this country almost to the level of the one of Shakahola was when J.M. Kariuki was murdered. But the one of Shakahola has captured the country more, to the extent that when I attended one of the sittings as a friend of the committee, Senator Chergai and I, Mr. Speaker, the whole country was riveted on their chairs and their eyes were glued on the screen. Over 400 Kenyans have died in this. They are hoping that two institutions, the institution of DCI and the institution of Parliament, will give them justice. We have never had a greater responsibility than the one we have today under Shakahola. I rest my case.
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, senators. Kindly let us hear the chairman of that.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the Honorable Senator Boni Khalwale, who is my good friend, and we have served a long time in this House. And I want to believe that he's doing this in good faith. Mr. Speaker, indeed, when Senator Cherargei and Senator Boni Khalwale came for the meeting on Friday, I treated them with the highest decorum and gave them opportunity to make submissions. And they can testify to this. Mr. Speaker, while we were there, the DCI, who was a witness in that meeting, requested that we visit the headquarters so that we can see the points they are making. And they requested it in camera. Senator Khalwale was there. Senator Cherargei was present. We told them we will consider the request. The other witness who came was Pastor Ezekiel. He also made the same request that he will want to invite
Senator Fernandi, what is
committee.
Your point of order? Senator Mgatana just yield. What is your point of order, Senator Fernandi?
Mr. Speaker, sir, standing order 101-105, this is a very sensitive and emotive matter. Yeah, correct. Dragging the holy name of Senator Cherargei is very dangerous. Mr. Speaker, the chair should say I was present before the presence of the parliament when witness appeared. I was not present in Mavweni in Kilifi, so that people don't get confused. I was not part of it. Mr. Speaker, please, I cannot be the innocent. Mr. Speaker, I cannot be the innocent among the innocent people who will be crucified with Jesus. Mr. Speaker, I cannot be.
Senator Mgatana, as you mention names, try to be very specific.
Mr. Speaker, the problem with my colleague Cherargei is that when you are making submissions in this house, he is consulting. He's not following what is happening. So he's totally out of order, because I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, and let's get serious, that there was a request from the DCI and a request from Pastor Ezekiel that was made that we make a visit so that whatever evidence they were giving us, which was crucial evidence, Mr. Speaker, we would see for ourselves the challenges and the issues that were there. So, Mr. Speaker, after the meeting, we sat as senators, and Mr. Speaker, I take full responsibility for this. We sat as senators, and most of us, the majority of us, except those who are absent, we said, look, our time for this committee comes to an end on Thursday. And this is Friday night. We have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, today, we have been interacting with the report. We came here, but we'll go back until we finish. Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, we had given summonses to witnesses who had not come so that they can appear. So the only practical day was Monday. And Mr. Speaker, because the members were there, I made the decision that we shall visit the DCI and we shall visit the Pastor Ezekiel. And while we were in Kilifi, we shall visit the County Security Committee after we finish with Ezekiel. Mr. Speaker, we then asked our clerk of the committee to go and seek the normal procurement procedures. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I also made a phone call to our clerk, the clerk of the Senate, to ask him if he can make urgent arrangement for travel for us. While we were waiting, because it was evening, we said there's only one day remaining for us to be able to cover the cost and to cover DCI. We then agreed that if it is possible, in the normal manner of operations, we can go up and beyond our call of duty to visit DCI and visit the Security Committee in Kilifi and visit Emmanuel. And Mr. Speaker, we then traveled, Mr. Speaker, with the understanding that in the event that procurement procedures not have been complied with, once we come back, we shall regularize, as is always the case. Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time, personally, I have even traveled out of this country. And because of exchequer issues or exchequer delays.
Senator Mgatana.
Yes.
Senator Gloria, acquaint yourself with the standing orders. The member is on a point of order. All these members who are speaking on the Shakahola are doing so on the platform of a point of order. So you cannot draw a point of order on a point of order. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, it is not abnormal, and all of us know here, Mr. Speaker, that you can travel even outside the country, pay for your own accommodation, and later on make arrangements for claims because procurement procedures either delay or, in fact, exchequer releases are delayed. Mr. Speaker, for someone to say that we haven't done this witness or the other, therefore the committee has failed, that is okay. That is a genuine thing. But for someone to crucify a public, Mr. Speaker, protects me from Cherargei.
Senator Mutenda, kindly give your chairman an opportunity to vindicate the...
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, if we fail in our duty, it is in the place of this House that has sent us out to come and castigate us. But if we have gone beyond, up and beyond our call of duty, Mr. Speaker, it is in the place of this House to support us, unless you have a hidden agenda, Mr. Speaker, unless you have a hidden agenda. Mr. Speaker, I want people to see, and senators, honorable senators, to see that there were serious allegations that graveyards existed in that New Life Center, that a mortuary existed in that New Life Center, that the ideology of starvation of people to death so that they can meet Christ existed in that New Life Center. Mr. Speaker, if the committee goes out of its way to just see this is where the graveyard is supposed to be, the facts are established that in fact this is a construction site. We go to the mortuary, the alleged mortuary. We are seeing this is in fact the center to distribution for energy. Mr. Speaker, we are taken
Senator Mungatana.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Do not discuss the contents of the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for your guidance. But I want to also tell Boni Khalwale, my colleague here, senator, and a friend of mine, that the hours we spent in DCI, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, and you will read it from the the report we shall file, the National Forensic Laboratory that is under the Directorate of Criminal Investigation has been frustrated beyond even performance by the very people who are sponsoring this negativity, because they know the bombshells we are going to lay on this House. And Mr. Speaker, they know. That's why they are sponsoring negative articles to divert attention. But Mr. Speaker, tell them and tell the executive arm of government that no matter how hard they try to hide, we shall expose them for who they are, for how they failed the people of Kenya. And it doesn't matter whether you send the government whip here or you send whoever, we shall expose you. And that report, Mr. Speaker, is going to change the way things operate. We are saying this, Mr. Speaker. We are saying that if it is good for the country to know what is happening in DCI, what is happening where alleged graves are, what is happening in the District Security Committee of Kilifi, Mr. Speaker, and it will cost us nothing but time and then we have to come back and make our claims. Mr. Speaker, even today, we will go. In fact, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we had summoned Mackenzie himself to come before the committee. And this committee, Mr. Speaker, we had no budget to go. No budget to go. But what we had,
Senator,
we were asking, Mr. Speaker, just I'm concluding, Mr. Speaker.
I'll give you more time if I don't conclude.
Yes.
Senator Mungatana.
Yes, my lord.
I can see you veering off the point of order that has been raised. Senator Boni raised a point of order based on our own standing orders. And one of the things he said is, before any standing committee of the Senate sits within or without the presence of Parliament, there are certain procedures that are supposed to be followed. Okay? And there's some very critical secretariat personnel that would accompany that particular committee. I thought you'll restrict yourself to that. The shock waves in that report, please keep it, leave it in that report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just finish what I'm saying and then I address myself. Mr. Speaker, the point of the matter is that Senator Khalwale has misinformed this House that that pastor was in fact out on bail. Mr. Speaker, we had the lawyers. The person has been held by police, but there are no charges that have been presented, Mr. Speaker. These are the facts. So it would be good not to anticipate debate. Wait for the report. The report is going to come here on Thursday. But to address that particular issue that we were supposed to follow procedures, Mr. Speaker, we asked the clerk of our committee. We also communicated to the clerk of the Senate. The timings, Mr. Speaker, were restrictive, but the information that was required, Mr. Speaker, in fact, the committee had said, before we can sign any report, there are some critical witnesses that must be there, including Mackenzie himself. Mr. Speaker, we served those summonses. We asked him to come, and it will be in that report. Mr. Mackenzie, at the beginning, there was obstruction, but later on, Shimolatewa prison, and I thank the officer who is there, made arrangements for him to be available. However, the Inspector General of Prisons, because of the security arrangements that were needed, he's a high-profile prisoner. He asked for more time. The lawyers also asked for more time, so we were not able to reach him. That's why even yesterday, the team was ready again, Mr. Speaker, to travel on their own expense and then come and make the claims later. So, Mr. Speaker, those personnel, this is how we have covered it. We did not have the clerk for the reason that at the time of going, they could not raise the funds. We did not have the clerks, but Mr. Speaker, how we have made sure that everything was captured and put on record, this is what we did. As a chairman and those members who attended, I gave a report of what we observed from the meetings of the witnesses, from how we got the invitations and everything. The members of the Senate committee who accompanied the chairman, they gave their observations. And I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, the things that we saw at the DCI, Mr. Speaker, it's going to change the way this country thinks. And we have been placing the wrong blame on the wrong people. There are people who have messed up this country, and it is not the DCI. Mr. Speaker, I want to finish by saying that tomorrow we shall file that report. And I take responsibility for going out of my way with the support of my committee to do more. Mr. Speaker, if this committee was added more time, the one person we wanted to meet that because of logistical issues we could not meet was Mackenzie himself. However, Mr. Speaker, We have already had one extension. It's difficult for us, and we agreed we can't be given another extension, and also because of budgetary constraints. However, Mr. Speaker, what we have, especially the last witnesses and what we saw and what we have seen and the information we have collected, Kenyans, you will be proud of the work that we have done, and this Senate will stand high, Mr. Speaker, irrespective of people who have cast aspersions on this Senate committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, you know, order Senator Gloria, honorable senators, there are matters that are better handled administratively, and there are matters that are better handled through plenary. This is one such matter that is better handled administratively. The point of order raised by Senator Boni basically is on procedural administrative issues. Now, this matter was brought to my attention yesterday. I have already engaged the gears of administrative officers. Is being handled. Safe to say that the integrity of parliamentary processes will always be upheld. I better leave it at that. Next order, clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, honorable senators, at this juncture, allow me to invoke Standing Order 45-2 and seek to rearrange the sequence of the order paper for convenience of the House. We move to prosecute Order 11. If we have the numbers, we can proceed to 12, 13, 14. If not, then after 11, we can then resume normal flow of orders as contained in today's order paper. So, clerk, proceed to call order number 11.
Order number 11, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2023, second reading.
Order, honorable senators. Senator Tabitha, kindly proceed to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do beg to move that the Equalization Fund Amendment Bill be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, Equalization Fund is a very key fund to this Senate.
Senator Gloria and team, order please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number 30, was published in the Kenya Gazette, number 13, on July 20th. The bill, Mr. Speaker, was first read in this House on the 19th of September. As per our SOs 145, through the Committee of Finance and Budget, Mr. Speaker, where I'm privileged to sit as the Vice Chairperson. Mr. Speaker, the Equalization Fund was established under Article 204(1) of the Constitution. The reason, Mr. Speaker, it was established, it is very key to note that it was to take care of the basic services or the basic needs, ranging from the issues of water, the issues of roads, health facilities, and electricity, more specifically, Mr. Speaker, to the marginalized areas. Mr. Speaker, I did have a privilege to move the same bill earlier, and I stated that 1,424 regions are beneficiaries of this particular fund, which are situated in 34 different counties in this country. This fund is very important, Mr. Speaker, because it affiliates with our Constitution 2010 as far as devolved governance structure is concerned. And it's concerned because the promise of the devolved government was to ensure that there is equal distribution of resources in each and every part of this country. Why? Because every Kenyan pays taxes and they have a right to good roads, clean water, health services, and electricity, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, during the establishment on these particular regions, there was a keen look as far as this needs to be achieved. Mr. Speaker, the system of the centralized government after independence and before promulgation of the new constitution perpetuated marginalization in some parts of the country, especially the far flag. And this resulted in significant levels of disparities in matters economic development among different regions. Mr. Speaker, we were privileged as a House a few weeks ago to be able to undertake what we call Senate Mashinani in one of the great counties in this country, none other than the county of Turkana. And as we were there, we were evidently able to see the levels of development from the time the devolved government kicked off, Mr. Speaker. And of course, as Senate, we were able to note a low percentage of development, especially to be much more specific on the issues of water in this county. Knowing very well, one of the key elements of this Equalization Fund is to ensure there is provision of water. Colleagues were able to clearly indicate whereby young children would stop and request for a basic commodity. Any funding for different counties is key in this Senate. Our major role is to ensure that counties have money. And this is a very key fund for different counties, a fund that this Senate holds very key. Mr. Speaker, one of the underpinning principles of the Constitution is the promotion of an equitable society with a comprehensive protection of the social and economic rights for all Kenyans, because we are all Kenyans. This fund ensures that there is equality and economic empowerment for different Kenyans in the different regions that they come from. To give effect to equity, Mr. Speaker, the state is required to put in place the measures that do address the disadvantaged and groups due to marginalization. Specifically, Article 204, which has established this fund to be used for basic services to marginalized areas to the extent necessary to bring the quality of services in these regions. I do want to note, Mr. Speaker, that the reason that this fund has also delayed is because, yes, we've had a court case from Wajir County due to issues of the areas that had been identified by CRA on matters marginalized. And this court case has really stopped and hindered the distribution of these funds to the different counties. When we tabled the bill, Mr. Speaker, we were able to clearly state that this fund will be distributed from the county level, but not to the CRF account. There will be special accounts that have been set in place so that these funds can be distributed to these particular bank accounts of the different counties. I want to note, Mr. Speaker, some of the challenges that have been there, which I would urge senators, especially the elected senators, the 47 senators, and more so the 34, whose counties are actually benefiting from this fund, to ensure that they play a key role in ensuring that the projects that have been identified in those regions are well executed to the completion level and are also usable to the community, because our role as senators is also oversight, so that there is an impact to the fund that has been given to these particular regions and on matters of the 4 basic needs that I had earlier mentioned. We have political issues, Mr. Speaker, whereby you realize when governors are coming in, they are coming with their own new projects all the time. Then what happens to the shells that have been built and they cannot be able to serve Kenyans? It is a high time that especially on this particular fund, the senators to ensure that the Equalization Fund, which is an additional, again, allocation to these counties, to ensure that the funds that have been dispersed to these particular counties are able to undertake as per the plan of the committee that has been set in place, because there's a committee on matters Equalization Fund. So they need to ensure that these projects kick off to completion and to avoid matters even pending bills, because the funding is available. The first time I stood here, Mr. Speaker, on the same bill, Equalization Fund, you realize that we had funds. The total sum for this fund started at 52 billion. But there was the earlier disbursement amounting to about 26 billion. Mr. Speaker, if I would be heard in silence by the leaders.
Bonnie and majority, you may consult, but in low tone, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are matters, money matters, funds matters. It is key to note that 10,867,400,000 on the Equalization Fund is the budget for this financial year, year 23, year 2024, is the amount that has been allocated. Of the proposed amount is 10,541,378,000. Now, this is the amount that will be shared to the 34 beneficiary counties based on the second policy on marginalization. The annex of the bill had been tabled and is scheduled on Equalization Funds allocation to the 1,424 marginalized areas identified in the 34 counties. Shillings 326 million is to be allocated on the advisory board. These monies amounting to the 326 million will be able to cater for the administration cost of the board that is in place, that is going to ensure it oversees the distribution of these funds. The bill further, Madam Speaker, provides that the allocation be transferred, as I had said earlier, to the special accounts of the beneficiaries, pursuant to Article 207(1) of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the passage of this proposed law by Parliament will provide a legal framework for the transfer of the funds from the Equalization Fund for allocations made in the financial year 2023-2024. And I had stated earlier in the first tabling that we had a deficit of 3 billion in the last disbursement, but currently in the 10 billion, and as I had earlier mentioned, there is the inclusion of the 3 billion that had earlier been omitted. Madam Speaker, I want to really appreciate and commend the stakeholders that were able to appear before our committee, especially the Council of Governors, who are able to appear and give their input, whereby you know very well the Council of Governors are playing a very key role, Madam Speaker, on ensuring that they sit, their people, their representatives are able to sit as members of this committee in the identification of the projects. The Commission of Revenue Allocation was also a key part in this. They were able to bring in on the issues of naming of the specific wards that are supposed to receive these funds. A matter that the committee had also noted and ensured that through IEBC, it's going to ensure that they get the correct names of the wards that are supposed to benefit from this particular fund, because we had issues whereby during the amendment, these are some of the issues that came about, something that as a committee will be corrected on IBC, through IBC. The International Budget Partnership Kenya was also another stakeholder, which also played a key role on how the budgeting was done. In this respect, the committee will be proposing amendments to the bill so as to ensure that the schedule reflects an appropriation of the Equalization Fund for financial year 23-24, as mentioned earlier, 10,867,400,000, as indicated in clause 3 of the bill. And it shall introduce a clause to ensure that the approved appropriations under this bill, and this one I want to emphasize to especially the 34 senators who are benefiting from this fund, that the bill proposes that the time will not lapse, and it will not lapse until all the projects have been identified, all the projects have been approved, and all the projects have successfully been completed and are in a level of use by the specific community. So the worry that had been brought earlier in regards to the issue of that the 7-year period is almost lapsing. And as I stated earlier, this period has been shortened, or these funds could not be able to move because of the court case. But the good news is that the bill has given room to ensure that the time will not lapse on those conditions of identification, approval, and at the same time completion. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to urge the senators, the 34 senators who are benefiting from this fund. And this is not the end of this fund, Madam Speaker, because our proposal as a committee is to ensure that all the 47 counties do benefit from Equalization Fund. There are areas, there are counties that were not able to benefit out of the 47, and we have that. We have about 13 counties that have not benefited from this fund. What I want to state clearly is that this funding is a balance of what had been budgeted for the 34 counties from the onset. But as a house, our lobby, even as a committee, is to ensure equal distribution of the same, not really equal, but ensuring that it cuts across the 47 counties, being more specific on the villages, on the ward areas whereby marginalization has been identified on the 4 specific agendas. But it is good that we carry on with the 1,424 regions, so as to set an example for any request of what will be additional. At this time, Madam Speaker, I do request that my colleague, Senator Leader Boni Alwale, to second this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Khalwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to second the Equalization Fund appropriation bill as moved by the Vice Chair of the Finance Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with her moving speech because it was factual and it was with direct reference to the bill. Madam Speaker, I want to spend my time very briefly by drawing the attention of the members to the schedule.
Order,
Speaker.
Senator Cherarkei and Senator Mazayo. You are disrupting the House. Please sit down.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as colleagues will realize, the schedule indicates the counties that are beneficiary. And within those counties, there's an indication of some of the constituencies and the wards that are partaking of this particular fund. Madam Speaker, so that we do not get into a quagmire during the time of voting, as it happened earlier, some members mistook this sharing of this fund to be an entitlement for all the 47 counties and all the 290 constituencies and the 1,450 wards. Far from it, Mr. Speaker. The error, Madam Speaker, arose from the anger where upon some members seeing certain counties benefiting, they started asking themselves, why not mine? When people see Baringo, they say tick. There are high levels of poverty there. They then see Turkana, Wajir, Marsabit, Mandera, name it, people say tick. But then when counties like Bomet, Bungoma, Madam Speaker, counties like Kericho, Madam Speaker, counties like Kisumu, starting benefiting from this fund, then there's a bitter test. People say, if Kisumu can get, why not my constituency, Kakamega? If Bomet can get, why not my constituency, Vihiga? And so on and so forth. So I want to appeal to colleagues that there was a criteria that was worked on by the Commission of Revenue Allocation, which then went for pockets of poverty. To the extent that now when you see Bungoma, it is because of a unique pocket of poverty in the harsh terrain in Mount Elgon in Bungoma that then invites this award. Same argument to the rest of the constituencies. So I want to appeal to colleagues, let us vote for the bill. The CRA has painstakingly identified these pockets of poverty even in reasonably well-off counties like Kisumu, Bomet, Kericho, even Muranga. Muranga is here. It is because of those extreme things. I wanted to make that to be my substantive contribution and appeal to colleagues that we just came from Turkana the other day, and you realize the challenges these people from the so-called ASAL areas are faced with. Country. Should we have a blunder like the one that was made in the so-called seasonal paper number 10 of 1965? 65. Yes. This paper, Madam Speaker, is the one that then profiled the ASAL areas as areas that were not deserving for development because their populations were not big enough. So for a period up to 2013, these ASAL areas were left behind in development. So the intention of the 2010 Constitution, as you know, you are one of the drafters of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, was that an affirmative action be applied for a period of 20 years to see if these areas could be given water, could be given electricity. Madam Speaker, the roads infrastructure could be improved so that they come reasonably nearer to the other areas. This noble spirit has been misunderstood, and people then have confused this with a fund for fighting poverty. The money for fighting poverty is domiciled in the shareable revenue, where areas with higher levels of poverty get more money. This money was over and above the poverty index. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity and appeal to my colleagues that we vote for this bill. I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2023, be now read a second time. Senator Majority.
Just a matter of procedure, understanding 111.2. I rise on the limitation of debate, Madam Speaker, because this is a very important bill, which I believe many colleagues will wish to speak to. So we can agree on maybe, I think, 5. I think members are saying, I think 5. Okay, let's do 7, Madam Speaker, so that we balance between those who are saying 10 and 5. If we can do 7 minutes, people can explain.
Members, we go for 7 minutes. It's a good balance. Thank you. Senator Osoti. Senator Cherarke.
Thank
Senator
you.
Cherarke, order. Can you follow the correct protocols of this House? Thank you. You may now speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't know why Senator Eddie is excited today. I think he must have eaten something in Machakos. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2023 and say that, so Speaker, this is a straightforward procedural bill for the allocation by June 2024. Madam Speaker, so in the interest so that most colleagues can contribute, is that I'm happy that Nandi will be the beneficiary of this amount that has been allocated through the Equalization Fund of 10,867,400,000 in the financial year 2023-2024, in this financial year. So Speaker, Madam Speaker, you know Nandi might appear as the county of honey and milk, the land of opportunities, there are rains, but we still have challenges here and there. And therefore, under Article 204 on the Equalization Fund, roads, so that the people of Nandi can have opportunity, Madam Speaker, to be able to enjoy the fruits of devolution as envisaged under Article 174 of the Constitution of Kenya, Madam Speaker. I'm happy, and I want to tell the great people of Nandi that I'm happy that 2 constituencies have been considered, or 2 sub-counties, like Nandi Hills constituency and Tindred constituency, that is in Nandi South, Madam Speaker. For example, when you go to Kapchorwa, which has been given 13,047,66, over 13 million has been allocated. When you visit Kapchorwa, Madam Speaker, there are no roads that are passable. There is challenges with school infrastructure and even health facilities. And I'm happy that area of Tereno, Kapchanga, Cherondo, all those parts, Madam Speaker, Kiptega, Kapkoros, all those areas are up to Ainamngetuny, all those areas and Koisegem will form the basis of the beneficiary within the Kapchorwa ward, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy they have been able to get 13 million. I know, Madam Speaker, we did pass a law and brought amendment with Senator Okongo Mugeni to ensure a senator will be part of, and I remember, Madam Speaker, you are part of the champions, that senator must be part of the planning of the doors and approvals of development. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in Tindred constituency, I can see Chemelil, Chemaze, so those areas of Cheswerta, Kibisem, Potopoto, all through to even Musengeret, Madam Speaker, to Kopere, all this that is borders between Kisumu and Nandi, there is always a challenge, Madam Speaker. There is gold in Chemelil Chemaze, but when you visit, the roads are bad, there is no water. So all those areas that belong to Chemelil Chemaze, Madam Speaker, which is border Kisumu and Nandi, will benefit with 12,364,008. And I'm happy the great people of Kibiseng, Kapkwang, all those areas, Potopoto, Musengertet, Cheswerta, and even all those areas within Chemelil Chemase ward will have opportunity, Madam Speaker. I'm happy Songo Soba, which is one of the biggest in terms of land size, Madam Speaker. And you know, this is one of the biggest ward in Nandi County, outside Kilibwani ward in Mkwen sub-county. So the areas of Songo Soba, all those areas will have opportunity. When you go there because of the terrain, Madam Speaker, it is always a challenge. When you visit Soba, there are factories that have been set there near Bogovel, among other areas, Madam Speaker. These are areas up to several areas, even Bogovel, within those areas which borders the forest, in separating Tindred ward and Soba Songo is very crucial, up to Cabrera and many other areas within Tindred constituency. And I'm happy they are getting the highest allocation of over 85 million to that ward of Soba Songo. Because when you go there, I've been there on several occasions, there are no passable roads, there is no water, there are no hospitals, Madam Speaker. The hospital like Ibukwa Dispensary has had its own maternity, Madam Speaker, and you know we are doing the biblical ordination of filling the earth by giving more births each and after every 9 months. That is other job we do outside, of course, the normal duties that God has given us. So this Kibukwa Center near Kabirer, these are some of the challenges that will need this money to use, and even the road, so that the people of Soba Songo can have opportunity to utilize 85 million. Even in Tindred ward, the Wanjandege area up to Kapkitany, all these, Soin Sikawet, Kipiaor, all these parts that we are talking about, Kimatke, and all those places, Madam Speaker, will have opportunity of getting over 12.2 million, Madam Speaker, in terms of Tindred constituency. Madam Speaker, I'm happy that Nandils as a constituency will get 13,047,66. Tindred constituency will get 109,773,924. Madam Speaker, it is our interest as a Senate, and I want to ask the committees that will approve all the developments within the 3 constituencies, that is Kapchorwa, Chemelil Chemase, Songo Soba, Tindred, will ensure the money is used for the intended purpose. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would also want to see some wards like Terik ward have opportunity of being this part. I would want to see Tabolwa area in Masab sub-county, Madam Speaker, having opportunity in what we call the other part of Chepterway ward, because part of Chepterway ward also have similar challenges. I hope in future the Committee of Finance and Budget will give us opportunity to even Nandi get more wards, given opportunity, so that because we have most of the challenges, even towards Kiptuya ward, as we share with Western Kenya, we still have a challenges, Madam Speaker, that have been declared hardship areas. For example, Terik ward should even benefit from hardship allowances, especially from Teacher Service Commission, Madam Speaker. So in the upshot, this is the money that we are taking to the people at Mashinani. We wanted to give the value that it deserves. We want to ensure equity, principle, equity, transparency, and equality in terms of development across our county, Madam Speaker. And as the Senator of Nandi and as a member of this great house, we shall always endeavor that every shilling that we appropriate as a Senate is made for the intended purpose that we are giving in those areas, Madam Speaker. Even Migori, I was near Migori over the weekend, Madam Speaker, and let me just end there. I could see, I don't know what Senator Eddie did to the light. It has gone red. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Honorable members, I have a communication to make. Members, we have a visiting delegation of Kapkwen. We have a visiting delegation of Kapkwen border group in Bomet County. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of the visiting delegation of Kapkwen border group in Bomet County. The delegation is in the Senate on a courtesy call. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. I'd like to request the Honorable Majority Leader to also welcome them for not more than 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to extend welcome to the visiting team from Kapkwen. I hope they get to have a full view of the Senate this afternoon as business is being transacted. They will get a full pleasure seeing the senators and the debate. The motion that is presently on the floor is a bill known as the Equalization Fund, prepared under Article 204(1) of the Constitution, where 1.5% of our nationally raised revenue is sent to counties that are most deserving on the basis of very basic services such as water, roads, health centers. There are 1,490 such wards that benefit. Not sure if that is the right figure, but there's a specific number of wards that are analyzed by CRA. I just mentioned this, Mr. Speaker, so that they appreciate and understand what is being debated on the floor. It will serve my good neighbors from Kapkwen well to know that, for example, Bomet is
Senator Cherarkei.
That Bomet is one of the benefiting counties, and Chebunyo Ward, Nyangores Ward, and Sigor Ward will be among the benefiting wards, each to a tune of 6.7 million. So follow the debate, enjoy your stay here in Parliament. Your Senator, unfortunately, is not with us. He's on official business, I think in Republic of China, but he is doing an exemplary job representing you in this Senate. Enjoy your visit, my good neighbors. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I will also give 1 minute to Senator Halware, who is also moving some business on border in this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, indeed, it is a great honor for me to be allowed to not only acknowledge their presence, but also to speak in their presence to reassure them that, Madam
Senator
Speaker,
Cherarkei, it is possible to consult without disrupting the House. Can you do that in low tones, please?
to assure them that we appreciate the role they play in the transport sector of this country. And we are aware, Madam Speaker, that these young people, they work under very difficult circumstances, both environmental, law, and social. We appreciate the role Boda plays in getting all of us elected, Madam Speaker. And on behalf of the Boda, I hope this message, the young people will take it back home. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to assure Boda that now we are going to recognize Boda in the law of Kenya. And the journey for making a law for Boda in this country started yesterday. There's a bill which I have brought before this House. It will be adopted here, hopefully. Then the other House, we want to make Boda profitable. We want to make Boda decent. We want to tie people who want to misuse Boda. We want to make Boda not look like it's a criminal enterprise. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Welcome, young people. I would love to meet you on another day back home.
Senator Oburu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't want to speak long on this. Madam Speaker, this is a bill which was discussed and approved by the Senate. That was the equalization bill. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we expressed our views. I personally expressed my views on the purpose for which this equalization fund was created. And right now what we are doing is just giving authority for funds to be withdrawn from consolidated fund and then spent through the equalization fund. Madam Speaker, this authority we are giving, I think we have an opportunity to once again just emphasize our concerns. And my concern then and even today is that this fund called Equalization Fund is not serving the purpose for which originally we thought it was created for. Madam Speaker, this Equalization Fund was established to address the inequities and the inequitable distribution of wealth, which was created as a result of Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965, Madam Speaker. In that particular document, the government introduced a policy which stated that those areas which will be developed by the government are areas with the highest return. And with the highest return meant that the highest return on investment, which meant how much you get out of every shilling that you invest. And those high potential areas did not include areas like arid and semi-arid areas. Madam Speaker, these were the areas which...
Order, Senator Karen Jamu. This is an honorable house. It's not, can you do what you're supposed to do? You need to bow when you get into the house. Just hold on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue, Senator.
So, Madam Speaker, if you went to some of these arid and semi-arid lands, Madam Speaker, you would see the type of marginalization which was meted out over a very long period of time. Madam Speaker, there's a time when I used to work in Treasury in the Department of Arid and Semi-Arid Lands, and I traveled extensively all over the country. And so the lack of facilities and the distances which are traveled to reach certain facilities, and Madam Speaker, over and above the poverty levels which was spread across the country, this fund was created as an affirmative action, not forever, but it was created for a specific period of time up to 20 years from the time of promulgation of the Constitution. And now the Constitution has now existed for 13 years, so I think it will exist for another seven years or so. Madam Speaker, I don't think the way these monies are being distributed, at the end of the next 7 years, we shall have achieved what was called equalization. There will be no equalization, Madam Speaker, because it is being spread so thinly across the board. Madam Speaker, having said that, I'm grateful that my county is getting 33 million shillings, which is distributed in 3 constituencies, and I'm happy about it. But Madam Speaker, what I have said is my overall belief in how this fund ought to have been dispensed with, Madam Speaker, but I think I support this bill, and hope that those 33 or so 34 counties who have benefited will use the funds appropriately to address some of those pockets of marginalized areas within those counties, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Senator Cheruyot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd wish to join the rest of my colleagues in supporting this bill, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023. Madam Speaker, this is a great step in the right direction, especially if you know the fight that existed before this fund, Madam Speaker, was operationalized. In fact, we almost concluded, Madam Speaker, the sunset years of this fund without a shilling ever having gone to the counties. And for now, us as Senate to have the opportunity to begin the bill and devolve funds to counties each year is a step in the right direction, and one of the things that Senate needs to be hailed for, because we stood firm and steadfast. While over the years it was clear, Madam Speaker, that our colleagues from our sister house were not as keen as the Senate was on this particular issue, compliance with Article 204 of our Constitution. Over the years, if you read, Madam Speaker, the BPS reports of each of our committee over the years from 2013 all the way, Madam Speaker, this is one of the issues that the House sent back to Treasury on the need to establish the basis upon which these funds are divided. Further to that, Madam Speaker, of course, you would understand the fight that will ensue immediately after, because this is Kenya, and everybody feels marginalized one way or the other. You know the conversations that you always have about 1 man, 1 vote, 1 shilling, 1 kilometer. Recently, at the National Dialogue Committee, I had something else, Madam Speaker, and I've come to appreciate that Kenyans are increasingly becoming woke, so to speak, if I may use a word that is colloquially used by our young people, to reveal or to mean socially conscious, Madam Speaker. And they are conscious of such operations of government and the things that needs to be done. Therefore, we must hail also the Commission on Revenue Allocation for the study that they undertook, Madam Speaker. You'd know that back in the day, the thinking in most government circles was that marginalization were limited to specific broader areas, either certain provinces back in the day, and after we moved to provinces, certain regions that are not necessarily geographically present in our constitution, but people continue to refer to them that, oh, certain areas of the north, coastal region, and so on and so forth. But because of this study that was done by the CRA, Madam Speaker, they came up with a second policy on marginalization, different from the 1965 one that was informed by Senator Boni Halwale, that was referred to rather, Madam Speaker, a few minutes ago. And they guided us and said the least or the smallest electoral unit, which is the ward, Madam Speaker, is the best place to place these funds and guide the House as you debate, or rather guide the discussion. Therefore, they undertook a study and returned a figure of 1424. This is a figure I was looking for earlier on when I was speaking to welcome the Kapkwen Boda group that was here. 1424 is a number of wards that have been identified, that there are 1424 marginalized areas spread across 34 counties in the second policy on marginalization. Madam Speaker, it will be known for a fact that in counties that are extremely advanced, Madam Speaker, perhaps you'd find better connectivity, because this fund, let's not fool ourselves, is limited to only about 3 or 4 functions if in strict compliance of Article 204. It's water, electricity, health services, and I think 1 or 2 other things, Madam Speaker, that while it may be possible in certain counties by dint of their presence of or even a view of the county headquarters and the figures that they generate, you may think that development is equally spread out. But there are counties, Madam Speaker, that are blessed and endowed, yet within the same county, Madam Speaker, you will find areas that are terribly marginalized. And therefore, the genius of that second policy is what has informed us this afternoon to debate this bill and therefore look into the 34 counties, Madam Speaker. And you can see in the schedule, each county by county, all the counties broken down into wards. It is my specific request to our committees, especially those that oversight these funds, to ensure that as Senate we play a key role in ensuring that these funds in their entirety, 100%, there should not be a single shilling that goes to any form of administration, Madam Speaker, because the administration is already there. If it is 6 million specific to a ward in my county, Madam Speaker, I want to see that 6 million spent to do either a health facility, a water project, you know, Madam Speaker, there's no need to do electricity, because that's not the function of counties, much as I think that is made just to comply with Article 2041A, which provides that the national government may as well make use of these funds. But we long had that debate in our committees until national government accepted and said, let these funds be managed in coordination with our county governments, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I expect that 100% of these funds, Madam Speaker, will go to do specific projects that are tangible, so that even in the next few months, we should be able to report back to our counties and see how much of what we devolved last year, specifically on this under this specific vote, Madam Speaker, has been able to do good projects, either open up a road network, water project, health facility, and the same in these specific wards, Madam Speaker, and the same shouldn't be affected by all the other divisions that they do within the county. Therefore, this is an extremely progressive bill, which I want to ask that as a House, we expedite its passage so that these funds can be devolved to our county. So those many remarks, I beg to support, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Senator Mogeni.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also make my contribution. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to go on record as being one of the senators who opposed the formula that was adopted by the Revenue Commission. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's really a lie when we share money to counties that are, everybody knows. Even if you ask people who have not gone to school to study economics, they will tell you those are counties that are thriving. When Madam Speaker, you place the county of Nandi in the same shoes with the county of Wajir, we're living a lie. We are living a lie. I supported this bill when we were, this Equalization Fund, when we were benefiting the initial 14 counties. But now you can imagine, Madam Speaker, when you drive from Nakuru all the way to Kericho, on your way to Nyamira, you pass through Kericho and you tell Kenyans that Kericho is more marginalized than the county of Nyamira. That is not right. That is not, this formula, Madam Speaker, after 5 years we must do away with this formula. I mean, even if you drive through Bomet, grade cows, the best grade cows are found in the county of Bomet. But you are telling Kenyans that Bomet is one of those marginalized counties. That's not proper. Madam Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Ledamo?
Madam Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the distinguished Senator Commissioner Omogeni, but is he in order to suggest that an independent commission, which is set out by the Constitution, given all the tools, the resources to be able to traverse the entire country of Kenya, is coming here to lie to the people of Kenya that Kericho is not developed, that another county is not developed? Seriously. Madam Speaker, earlier on we were talking about the Speaker had requested the distinguished senator from Vihiga to substantiate. Madam Speaker, and he did. I think it's about time that we respect independent institutions. I think, Madam Speaker, the distinguished senator should substantiate what he's saying or demonstrate to this House that he's got the tools, the resources that the Commission of Revenue has in determining how people are marginalized in this country. Otherwise, every time we keep on, making statements saying that, oh, this commission is coming up with a formula which is informed, for us to be able to be proper leaders, I think the commissioner ought to provide the alternative information that we can then be able to compare apples to apples. But for him standing here and saying that the Commission of Revenue Allocation does not have the tools, the necessary resources that we have given, then what's the point of us having that commission in the first place?
Okay.
Madam Speaker, let him substantiate that.
Senator Mogeni, do you want to substantiate which counties?
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
There is a practice that has emerged in this House. Anytime a speaker is on the floor speaking, a senator pops up like a popcorn to raise a point of order, which is not within the standing order.
Senator Mogeni.
You have followed the deliberation. What he's making is an argument. You can't stand on a point of order to make an argument, because that's not a standing, it's not a point of order, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I beg that you allow me to continue, because that's not a point of order. The point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that as a senator representing the county...
Senator Mogeni.
Yes.
My understanding of Senator Ledama's point of order is that you are casting aspersions to a commission that has done its homework and found that there is need in this county to benefit from the Equalization Fund. What he's asking you to substantiate is whether, I mean, your assertion that that is not correct. He would want you to actually substantiate that information. That is my understanding of that standing order.
You know, Madam Speaker, you cannot box me into a corner. I have entitled to my own opinion. I respect the Revenue Commission, but I have a right to differ with the formula they are applying.
Okay.
You don't ask me.
There is a point of information. Can Senator?
Yeah. So Madam Speaker, on that particular point.
Order, senators. Can I have a point of information from Senator Wambua, and I'll give you your point of.
But he has not answered the point of order.
Let's hear the point of information. Senator Mogeni, please sit.
Anyway, where are you? Madam Speaker, I just want to inform the Senator for Nyamira, he's my good friend, that he should not allow himself to be distracted by the point of order by Senator Olekina and the information that I want to share with him. I'm sharing information. Madam Speaker, I'm sharing information.
No, you're not. You're playing the role of speaker. Can you provide the information?
Madam Speaker, if you take this debate that way, then people will not be able to debate. Allow free flow of opinion. The only thing I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is that commission, I just want to inform the Senator of Nyamira that commission that is making reference to the CRA, in the last session brought a formula here that I saw Senator Olekina himself stand up against, and he was almost tortured by the administration that time. Because, Madam Speaker, CRA is made up of human beings who can make mistakes. It is not a divine institution. They are human beings that make mistakes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Wambua. What is, Senator Mogeni, just hold on. What is your point of order, Senator Commissioner?
Madam Speaker, it is in public domain, and I want to support what Olekina said. What is happening, Madam Speaker, how they arrived at that formula, it's what we call poverty index. It is true the county can be very rich, but when they went to sublocation, at the sublocation level, that in that county, that sublocation might be very poor. So for them, Madam Speaker, to say that Equalization Fund is supposed to be given to only 14 counties, Madam Speaker.
Senator, you are explaining. Senator, you are responding. What is the point of order?
I'm not responding, Madam Speaker. I'm just saying he's supposed to be responsible for, I'm dealing with one of Standing Order 105.
Yes.
Statement of fact, Madam Speaker. It is true Nandi, Madam Speaker, can be rich, but there is a sublocation which is poor, Madam Speaker, and is supposed to be brought to level of, because that's what you're calling Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker.
Senators, please allow me. Senator Mogeni, you will respond and substantiate to the point of order to demonstrate which county, which location in which county has been picked and does not deserve to be picked.
Madam Speaker, I wish to respect your ruling, but you know, these are hours of debate, Madam Speaker. I'm entitled to my opinion. As I've been informed, and I agree tremendously with the information I received from Senator of Kitui, we received a formula here from the same commission.
Senator Mogeni, please respect the chair.
Yes. No, Madam Speaker,
it's a matter of fact.
Speaker,
it's an issue of fact.
I cannot substantiate the obvious.
No.
Speaker, I cannot substantiate the obvious, Madam Speaker. Because what I've stated here, Madam Speaker, I've been elected to speak on behalf
Senator
of
Mogeni,
the people of Nyamira.
Please substantiate. The chair has ruled.
Madam Speaker. They make a ruling. Tell me
which location in which county
I've not referred to any location. I've stated that I disagree with the formula by CRA where only 34 counties are benefiting. So what do I need to substantiate, Madam Speaker? You know, Madam Speaker, where I come from in the county of Nyamira, Madam Speaker.
Senator, what's your point of order? Just
for your information, Madam Speaker. I don't
point of order, just hold on. Yes, just point, hold, let us hear this.
Don't take me out of line. It's a point of order. This is a point of order. Don't take me out of line.
Madam Speaker,
Order, senators, please.
You want to inform me about the point of order, Boni? Can you?
No, order.
Senator Boni.
Senator Eddie, please address the speaker.
Madam Speaker, please instruct Senator Boni that he's not informing me on a point of order.
Eddie, please.
Madam Speaker,
what is your point of order?
I am rising on a point of order number 111, limitation of debate. Madam Speaker, this bill that we are discussing here today is a bill whose principal objective is actually to provide for payments out of the Equalization Fund for the financial year 2023-2024. It is not a bill to discuss the formula that was used to arrive at this. That debate had been discussed and dispensed with in this House, Madam Speaker, and where we are right now, Madam Speaker, is
completely out of order. Completely out of order.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, can you protect me, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, may you protect me?
That was done before.
Madam Speaker, the issue of the formula that was used by CRA was already dispensed with. Here, we are simply discussing the schedule that should go to counties.
Senator Eddie, just sit down. Senator Eddie, I think I agree with the senators who say that opinion may be expressed, and opinion can be expressed over and over again on something that has passed. But what I would want to say to Senator Omogeni, that one of the things that you said beyond your opinion was that there are counties which are there which do not deserve. And that's what I wanted you to substantiate. If you cannot substantiate, please withdraw. But your opinion is respected in regard to matters, what you think of the CRA formula.
Thank you. I want to be informed by Senator Halwale.
Senator Halwale, do you want to?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opinion of Senator Omogeni, remembering that he's a senior counsel and remembering his experience in this House, forces me to refer to the constitutionality of what he has said. Madam Speaker, Article 204, allow me to read, provides as follows, that there is established an equalization fund into which shall be paid 1/2% of all the revenue collected by the national government. It goes further and says that the national government shall use the equalization fund only to provide basic services including water, roads, health facilities, and electricity to marginalized areas. Marginalized areas. Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter which school you went to.
What is your point of information to Mr.
I'm now informing, encouraging him that there are areas in this county, in this country, called counties that had been marginalized. It was agreed that there was poverty in many parts of Kenya, but the poverty in these areas was
Senator Halwale, please, what information are you giving to Senator Mogeni?
I'm giving him the information that what was required by Equalization Fund. The information is that Equalization Fund was to manage marginalization and not to manage poverty. So CRA made a mistake by basing it on pockets of poverty rather than marginalization.
Senator Mogeni? Senator Mogeni?
So Mogeni is right, in fact,
Senator Halwale, you cannot be the one ruling on your own. Senator Mogeni, I hope you heard me clear. You have entitled to your opinion.
Yes.
But you will actually name which county was included that should not have been included.
Madam Speaker, my statement,
or withdraw.
My statement, Madam Speaker, which you can confirm from the answer, is that the formula that was applied by CRA has erroneously benefited 34 counties, some which are undeserving. I'm entitled to that opinion. You don't need to agree with it. That's why we are senators here. We're here to debate. We don't need to be boxed into one.
And the fact that is required of you to provide is the undeserving counties.
I've mentioned, Madam Speaker, that if you look at the poverty index, Madam Speaker, counties like Kericho are very undeserving. Counties like Bomet, very undeserving. Madam Speaker, in fact, Madam Speaker, let me even inform my friend here from Narok. If you go to Canada, Madam Speaker, the formula that is applied, and this has been there since 1957 in Canada. Equalization Fund has been in Canada since 1957. One, Madam Speaker, the best way to do it is to pay the devolved units, the county governments. Madam
Senator Mogeni, you're trying to make a point about the formula, that the poverty index is the wrong formula. Is that what the point you're making? In your opinion?
Madam Speaker, you know I'm debating, I'm making a contribution.
Yes, you are.
You don't need to agree with it. You don't need to agree, that's the essence of debate. So, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is if you go to countries like Canada, Madam Speaker, they even take into account the physical capacity of our government. Madam Speaker, if you go to Narok, which is benefiting from this equalization fund, Madam Speaker, the revenue that they collect from the expansive Mara is about 20 times what Nyamira collects, Madam Speaker. So,
let him finish.
When we are raising
Honorable Senators, can we
are raising these issues, Madam Speaker,
can we allow somebody to finish what they are discussing? And then
Madam Speaker, take into account, you know where I come from, Madam Speaker, in Nyamira. Do you know how many people live per square kilometer? 675. If you go to Narok, Madam Speaker, that is land for one person, Madam Speaker. So when I'm standing here to defend my people of Nyamira, Madam Speaker, I have a constitutional right to do so, Madam Speaker. As we live like in an urban center, Madam Speaker, my people in Nyamira, Madam Speaker, barely survive because they are hardworking, Madam Speaker. So when we find a formula like this, Madam Speaker, that picks our neighboring counties like Kericho, Madam Speaker, if you drive through Kericho, you will see the tea farms there. We have no luxury in Nyamira of owning such expansive tea estates. So when we are raising this issue, Madam Speaker, we hope that CRA is watching debate. That's why we have public debates here. That's why the House of Parliament gets live broadcast so that they see, so that next time, Madam Speaker, they can correct some of these injustices, Madam Speaker. Even if you go to Kericho, Madam Speaker, and look at the households that are enjoying piped water, they are far much higher than Nyamira, Madam Speaker. Even electricity connection, they are much ahead than Nyamira. Road network, they are ahead of Nyamira, Madam Speaker. So when we raise this issue, Madam Speaker, the point we're making is when we get an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to look at this formula next, we should not put, with tremendous respect, we should not put the count of Wajir in the same shoe with the count of Kericho, Madam Speaker. Imagine a woman giving birth in Wajir travels for more than 20 kilometers. Tell me anywhere, any ward in Kericho County where you will travel for 20 kilometers without finding a health facility. There is none, Madam Speaker. Look at the rivers flowing through the county of Kericho and then go to Mandera and see how many streams are there. You will find you cannot compare. So the point we are making, Madam Speaker, is the intention of enacting Article 204 was to uplift counties that were left behind by the bad policies of the previous government. And I've given an example of what happens in Canada. They don't address wards because that is skewed. You deal with county governments, Madam Speaker. So as I finalize, Madam Speaker, I hope that next, when we look at this issue, Madam Speaker, we should bear in mind that there are people in these semi-arid counties.
Senator Eddie, please.
Madam Speaker,
you are out of order. You cannot just interrupt when somebody is speaking. No, it's not acceptable.
Madam Speaker, out of 28 million Kenyans who are lacking water, who live in water-stressed counties, the majority are in those marginalized 14 counties, Madam Speaker. So I hope for now there's very little we can do. We are just passing this bill so that money can be disbursed. But the point I'm making is that when we consider this formula next, Madam Speaker, we should bear in mind the intention and the spirit of Article 204 of the Constitution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, without looking selfish, because my county has not received anything. And as you can see, there was some discussion whether the formula that was adopted to give counties these monies was the best one. I tend to agree with Senator Omogeni. I don't think so. I don't think the formula, because this money is not to develop counties, but areas within counties, Madam Speaker. It's not to say because Kiambu, we contribute to the GDP of our nation, we are among the 3 counties that contribute highest. It doesn't mean we don't have those marginalized areas. Look at Ndeya in Lemuru County, in Lemuru sub-county. Ndeya is next to Kajiado. We share the same land with Kajiado. But that Kajiado, the other side of Kajiado, is getting some money. Hundreds of millions, Madam Speaker. I think we need to relook into this formula and not to think as a county as a whole, but to think of an area, that particular ward, that particular area that requires basic needs. And Madam Speaker, when you're talking about basic needs, we are talking about water, roads, and healthcare. Madam Speaker, there are so many areas in Kiambu without water, yet we give water to Nairobi County. We have Karemeno Dam, we have Ruiro Dam, we have even the next dam that is supposed to be built in Darugo, yet the people from those areas, people from Ndeya, people from Kilimambogo, people from Thika, we do not have water, Madam Speaker. So I think this Equalization Fund should cater for areas, but not necessarily counties as a whole. Madam Speaker, at least together with the Senator of Vihiga, we are co-sponsoring a bill called County Wards Equitable Development Bill. Madam Speaker, I think that bill plus this this Equalization Fund should work in tandem, so that at least the monies that the counties are going to, the formula the counties are going to use to take money to marginalized areas should be the same formula that Equalization Fund will be able to use. Madam Speaker, Kiambu is not getting anything from this, but I won't be selfish not to support it, because I want other areas of our nation to also be where we are in some areas. In my county, I know Kisumu is getting something, I will support. I know Baringo is getting something, I will support. I know Isiolo is getting something, despite them not wanting us to have the oversight function that is required. And also Lamu is also getting something. And I'm here to support them. And they are not in parliament, Madam Speaker. But they can take me to court when I'm given money to oversight my county. And Madam Speaker, my county has so many people. So many people that I need to walk in every corner of that county. It is sad to tell you today, Madam Speaker, I attended a meeting that was convened by the leadership of Kiambu. That is 12 members of parliament, the senator, myself, and the women rep, and the Department of Land and Urban Development and Housing. And we were told, Madam Speaker...
Order, senators. Can the senator be heard in silence, please?
And we were told, Madam Speaker, imagine Kiambu County is in the verge of losing 1.6 billion because the county government is not meeting the requisite requirement to receive that money. And what is the requirement, Madam Speaker? It's just to employ a municipal manager. So for 1 year, the governor has not been able to employ 7 municipal managers. We are just about to lose 1.6 billion, Madam Speaker. And that's why when I stand here and ask for that oversight, is to do everything possible to let the people of Kiambu know what is happening with their governor. But Madam Speaker, when I stand here to bring that issue, we have some senators who are taking us to court not to get the fund, yet they are not even here now to fight for their counties. I'm fighting for their counties on their behalf, Madam Speaker. So what I would want to propose, Madam Speaker, is that next time when you are looking into this issue, let the formula change and at least to go with the law that we are just about to bring on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, to finish my argument, I want to say this equalization bill is only supposed to do what we call BETA. BETA is bottom-up economic transformation agenda, because we are trying to uplift those who are downtrodden to bring them to a certain area so that together we can work together. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the Equalization Appropriation Bill. Madam Speaker, it's been a long time coming. Every year we've been agonizing about money being distributed, not for equality, but for some form of equity. The framers of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, decided that it was important to uplift the standard of living of those people who were left behind when this country was developing. Madam Speaker, I've listened to my colleagues, especially my good neighbor, the Commissioner, objecting or opposing this bill, and I wonder whether he truly understood the meaning of marginalization. Madam Speaker, if you go to Narok County and you traverse the expansive Narok County, or
Senator
you traverse
Halwale, Senator Mogeni,
the expansive
Senator,
Kajiado County,
please sit down. Senator Cherarkei.
and all the other 32 counties that have been allocated with just a little more money to be able to ensure that there is a hospital, to be able to ensure that the roads are graded, not paved, graded, to be able to ensure that those residents who live in those dilapidated areas get access to some form of water. Madam Speaker, you'll be shocked. Today, if you go to Mosiro in Narok East, Mosiro is a place where when the sun is here, during the dry season, people die, Madam Speaker. But with just little money, Madam Speaker, a dam can be built and reservoir can be created for those people to be able to get water for their animals and for their own consumption. Madam Speaker, if you go to Narok South, you go to Narosra, you'll be shocked, Madam Speaker. There's no road, Madam Speaker. There's a place in Narok South, up in Loita, called Mpuputia. There's no road, Madam Speaker. The framers of the Constitution saw it fit to ensure that those people who are in the border of Kenya and Tanzania, who have got no road, can be able to be given some money. At least, not to be equal with people from other counties, like Kiambu, as an example, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I love the senator from Kiambu. But if you traverse Kiambu, even the remotest part of Kiambu, you will find a paved road. If you go to Ndeya, Madam Speaker, I travel and I'm happy to take my friend through Kiambu, going to Limuru. And I love Kiambu. Listen, I love, you will find it tarmacked. You will even find roads to nowhere tarmacked. Why? Because when development was knocking, those areas had tea plantations. So of course, the colonial masters saw it fit. And subsequent administration also followed suit in ensuring that they paved those roads. If you go to Kagwe today, and you drive through Kiambu, you go up all the way Kiambu Road, to really rural parts where you will not see a vehicle, the road is paved. And I want to challenge my good friend from Kiambu to get in my car and we go, and I'll be able to to demonstrate.
What's
those
your
places.
point of order, Senator Thangwa? Senator Olekina, just wait.
Madam Speaker, my good friend, the Senator of Narok, is misleading this House, because not every corner of the great county of Kiambu is either tarmacked or graveled. Where he has just mentioned Kagwe Ward, the neighboring ward called Kamburu, they are getting tarmac for the first time since independence. So, Madam Speaker, go to the ward in Deya. They are also getting first tarmac since independence. Madam Speaker, the Senator of Narok should not mislead this House. We equally require money for development, because we do not have the roads that he is purporting to say that we do have them in Kiambu County. So stop misleading this House. We need more money for Kiambu County because we believe we are equally marginalized when it comes to the development, road transportation, and even agriculture, Madam Speaker.
Senator Thangwa. Okay, proceed, Senator.
Madam Speaker,
Olekina.
I want more money to go to Kiambu. I want more money to go to every part of the country. But isn't it ironical that the distinguished senator from Kiambu would sit here and tell us we want more money, yet he was the first one who was opposing the division of revenue bill to send more money to Kiambu? I mean, come on. You can't bake your cake and eat it. You need to be able to look at the whole thing. Right now we are saying you oppose more money to Kiambu. You did not want, you voted against the division of revenue to send 435 billion to Kiambu, to send more money to Kiambu. You are now saying, Madam Speaker, whatever I'm saying here is completely factual. Madam Speaker,
Senator Thangwa,
my time. You have to save me on my time.
You have half a minute, but I guess. Huh?
Madam Speaker, I can't sit here again for the
Let's address your point of order.
Yes, my point of order is when you're giving information, you give information that is right, Madam Speaker. Just the other day, we gave more money to the counties, Madam Speaker. And I was here supporting and asking for more money, Mr. Speaker. What we did before was to hold a little bit of money because we did not know what kind of governors we have, Madam Speaker. We did not know. But the senator should not stand here and try to insinuate that I never voted. I voted yes. The other day I voted more money. And today I'm even asking for more money. And that's why I'm also fighting that the governors should use the money that we send to the counties, Madam Speaker.
Senator Ledama, you can finish. Please give Senator Ledama the remainder of his time.
Madam Speaker, let me begin by supporting this bill, because when I was trying to really make up my case, I was interrupted severally. So, Madam Speaker, it's about time. I want to see the people of Mosiro getting water. I want to see the people of Loita getting water. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy. You know, I will take what I'm given. Every time I'm given a shilling to go to Narok County, I will take it there. And today, I want to echo the words of the Vice Chair of the Finance Committee, Tabitha Mutinda. Tabitha said, distinguished senators, make sure that you follow this money. Other senators who spoke also said that I hope that this money will not be used for administrative purposes. I want to echo those words, and I want to assure them that we shall follow. Because here, we have to ask ourselves very basic questions, Madam Speaker. How do you measure poverty index? And that is one of the things that every senator here should know. Access to education is one of them. You know, education enrollment is another one. If you look at drinking water, availability to drinking water is another one. Sanitary, and most importantly, electricity. Madam Speaker, if you go to Narok today, on a daily basis, I'm always calling REA, I'm always calling Kenya Power and say, take electricity to my people of Narok. So when I got 811 million, which is distributed, it's peanuts, but I'll take it. I will take that money, because when I take it, I know my good people of Emurwedikir will get about 23 million. And people, they are poor, Madam Speaker. The people of Narok East, and particularly Mosiro will get about 55 million. In total of Narok East will be about 95 million. Kilgore's constituency, Madam Speaker, people forget. People in Kilgore's are very poor, but I'm happy to see that they are getting about 226 million to be able to help them get water, get roads, and get hospitals. This, Madam Speaker, is very, very important, and I want to plead with all distinguished members, senators here, to vote for this bill, allow this money to go. There are projects, Madam Speaker, that were initiated. Madam Speaker, just 30 seconds, because I know this is ending. That were initiated about 7 years ago, you know, with this Equalization Fund.
Okay, just give him 30 seconds, please.
Madam Speaker, those projects were initiated almost 10 years ago. They are white elephant projects because they were never paid. The contractors were never paid. There are hospitals. I know there are hospitals in Kilgore's. There are roads. In fact, now those roads have to be done again. So we just have to be diligent and ensure fiduciary responsibility. So in this case, I want to plead and I want to echo the words of my sister Tabitha Mutinda that at least for once, as senators, and to both committees, CPIC and PAC, we ensure that at least this money is actually accounted for. And to the Auditors General, please for once, do something which is really, that will make people remember you. The Controller of Budget, the same thing, Madam Speaker. And Treasury, when that money is released, make sure that money is paid to what is intended. If it's a hospital, it is taken care of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator, the next speaker is Senator Nyamu.
Madam Speaker, I raise pursuant to Article 110 of the Standing Order to adjourn this debate.
Is that a point of order or your
It's a point of order. I was asking for a point of order while Senator Ledama was speaking.
I wanted you to contribute. I've not given.
Yes.
But
contribute to the debate. If
okay.
you have nothing to say, give the chance to someone else.
Madam Speaker.
Okay. It's okay. Let her raise the point of order.
I'm requesting to adjourn this debate because we have very urgent matter on the order paper that has timelines that has to do with the extension of the mandate and time for the dialogue, the national dialogue team. And I will read Article 110, which says, a senator who wishes to postpone...
Senators, you don't need to read that article. Honorable senators, I will straight away put the question and the House can help to determine. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Oh, sorry.
Please second.
Who will second?
There is no need for a seconder on this, I'm sorry. I'll put the question now. That the debate be now adjourned. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. So we will continue with the debate, honorable members. Honorable Eddie Okech. No.
You said something different now. No,
You used your position differently. Sorry.
No.
Senator Nyamu, just sit. I will cue you. I will give you an opportunity.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this bill. And Madam Speaker, there are some misconceptions that have been shared in this House about the role of CRA, which I wanted to debunk, given that I sit in the Committee of Public. Madam Speaker, may you protect me from Cherargei and those who are making noise? Madam Speaker, Equalization Fund came about because in 1965 there was section paper number 10. And this paper number 10, Madam Speaker, was an executive order that made sure that some areas that in the wisdom or lack of wisdom of the then executive, they made sure that there are some regions which in our current order ended up being 14 counties that are in our territories today, Madam Speaker, that in their lack of wisdom or wisdom therefore, they thought that were not good enough for investment, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the framers of this constitution thought of how do we deal with the issues of marginalization historically and also be able to apprehend any kind of marginalization in the future. And this is the point that I wanted to make very strongly for people like Senator Mogeni and distinguished senators like Senator Boni Alwale, because if you read the Constitution, Madam Speaker, Article 216 of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, sub-Article 4, it says that the Commission, that is the Commission on Revenue Allocation, shall determine, publish, and regularly review a policy in which it sets out the criteria by which to identify the marginalized areas for the purposes of Article 2042, which establishes the Equalization Fund, Madam Speaker. What does this article mean, Madam Speaker? It means that marginalization was not only a problem in the past, but it's a going concern that possibly could also keep on happening within our borders in different forms. And Madam Speaker, even as we speak right now, Madam Speaker, we have observed a number of marginalization happening in our country, Madam Speaker. For instance, recently when there was recruitment of teachers, we have seen some regions getting more teachers than other regions. That's a form of marginalization, Madam Speaker, that the framers of the Constitution saw it best to be able to see the recruitment of KDF, Madam Speaker, and I can assure you that in Nyamira, the number of people who were taken to go to KDF was probably smaller than the number that were taken in other places, Madam Speaker. So marginalization will continue to happen in this country, and therefore it is best if this House, Madam Speaker, can protect a commission such as the Commission on Revenue Allocation, so that the Commission can do its job in terms of identifying these pockets of marginalization that continue to happen within our borders, Madam Speaker. And that's why I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that I'm even proud that somewhere like Migori, Madam Speaker, I can see that in this schedule, somewhere like Kuria West, a ward called Nyamosense Komosoko, which is the biggest ward, Madam Speaker, in that particular sub-county. Madam Speaker, if you go to Komosoko, they don't even have water. I know that in section paper number 10, Migori as a county was never marginalized. But if you look at the people of Kuria community, in Migori where I come from, Madam Speaker, they have constantly been marginalized by subsequent administrations, that these basic things like water and electricity has become a problem to them. If you look at, again, Madam Speaker, at Gorkachola Ward, which we have given 13 million here, Kaler in Yatike, Madam Speaker, which we have given 14 million, in Migori County, Makalda Kanyarwanda, we have given about 20 million, Muhuru Bay, Madam Speaker, as well as North Kadem, which you have given about 34 million, Madam Speaker. If you look at these areas, Madam Speaker, you will find that they constantly face things that you can't even imagine that in the 21st century, Madam Speaker, people will face. You know about the Kabuto floods. We know about the lack of electricity in these areas. Muhuru Bay has never even seen, despite being a place where you've got serious fish coming and feeding the nation, Madam Speaker, Muhuru Bay has never seen any tarmac roads, Madam Speaker. Therefore, this demonstrates that, Madam Speaker, that marginalization and pockets of marginalization, Madam Speaker, continue to be in our borders, and therefore, as senators, as distinguished members of the House, we must continue supporting the independence of institutions such as CRA to continually make sure that they can be able to arrest this pocket of marginalization. If it were not for that, Madam Speaker, Sula West in Migori County, in the wards of Wasimbete, Wiga, that are getting a total of about 50 million, Madam Speaker, could not have gotten this money to deal with the issue of lack of water in those wards, Madam Speaker. And even if you go to Uriri constituency, in where I come from, Madam Speaker, in North Kanyamkago ward, they have got eminent problem, Madam Speaker, of water. Drinking water is a problem in these areas, Madam Speaker, to an extent that somebody will come all the way from Mayego and all the way from Nyabasari to go almost 3 kilometers to Oyani River to go and fetch water. And that water, Madam Speaker, is not treated. That's where all their animals are. And that's all where women are washing clothes, and yet they're supposed to use the same water to drink, Madam Speaker. I don't see a problem when CRA has identified North Kanyamkago to give North Kanyamkago 13 million just to solve the issue of water, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the interest of this House must also be able to empower CRA so that CRA starts looking at other forms of marginalization, not only those that are informed by
Senator Tobiko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this debate. Madam Speaker, it's not the first time we are interacting with this bill, and we are happy that finally it's going to, we are going to get to see these funds disbursed to our counties. And see the difference that it will make for Kenyans, Madam Speaker, in the marginalized areas. Madam Speaker, I do support the distribution of the Equalization Fund to the areas that have been identified, Madam Speaker, particularly areas in Kajiado County, in Kajiado Central. The Lekutu ward is going to benefit, Madam Speaker. Matapato North is going to benefit. Matapato South and Purko, a total of 151 million for Kajiado Central. And Madam Speaker, in Kajiado South and Tonet Lenkisim ward is going to receive. Birikani Selengei ward is going to receive, Madam Speaker. Kuku and Rombo, Madam Speaker, a total of 66 million, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, for Kajiado West, which is going to receive the lion's share, Ewasongidongi ward, which is very marginalized, is going to receive, Madam Speaker. Kekonyokie Magadi, which is also very marginalized. Mosiro, which is also extremely marginalized, Madam Speaker. And Lodokilani ward is going to receive around 53 million, making a total of 218 for Kajiado West, Madam Speaker. I do support. But, Madam Speaker, whereas I support the areas in the entire country that are going to receive, and that it's going to benefit those marginalized areas, I have a problem with the formula, Madam Speaker. The CRA formula, Madam Speaker, did not take into consideration other aspects of marginalization. Even in our urban centers, Madam Speaker, a place like Kitengela, which is just close by in Nairobi, should be looking like part and parcel of Nairobi. We have a place called Changombe that children have no space for school, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that town has no sewer system. Kitengela town has water issues, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are areas in our urban centers, like in Kajiado North, in Rongai, Kiserian, Ngong, we have a place called Geshagi. We have Gataka, areas that are marginalized and that are in need of services, Madam Speaker, but were not considered because they were looked at as areas that are in towns and were not considered, Madam Speaker, for this fund. It does not mean those who are in towns, Madam Speaker, are comfortable. There are places, areas in towns that are very, very needy, Madam Speaker. And in fact, if you find those who are needy in our urban centers, Madam Speaker, then you will know what poverty really means, Madam Speaker. And so that is why I feel the CRA formula did not go deep into consideration of aspects of poverty that are bedeviling Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the rural parts, like where I come from, in Kajiado East, Madam Speaker, Kajiado East has not been allocated a shilling in terms of the Equalization Fund, just because we've been viewed to be almost part of Nairobi, because we have Nairobians who are living around Kitengela, Madam Speaker, who have beautiful homes, who have moved out of the middle class in Nairobi, has moved into our area and built beautiful homes. But that does not mean the Maasais are not living in Manyatas. They are living in Manyatas with no water, no roads, no electricity, Madam Speaker. And so there is poverty in the midst of some plenty from some areas, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, CRA should go deep into to address and get a formula that will address the real issues of poverty in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today, if I invite my colleagues to where I live, which is not very far, Madam Speaker, Konza City is a place, around Konza City, it's a place 1.5 hours and you'll be there. But I live in Nairobi because I cannot stay at home, like the people in Kiambu who go home, go Thika and come back. Madam Speaker, my place will be 40 minutes drive, but it is not. It takes 2 hours, and the road is bad. There'll be wear and tear. And should the come, Madam Speaker, I will not be able to reach my home because we don't have tarmac, yet we are so close by Nairobi. Somebody somewhere in this country, Madam Speaker, must explain why the inequalities in this country. Somebody somewhere, some government somewhere must be responsible, Madam Speaker. The Jomo Kenyatta government did not address the inequalities of this country. The Moi government did not address the inequalities of this country. Neither did the Uhuru government, Madam Speaker, address the inequalities of this country. I am hoping, I am praying that my president today will address the inequalities, that should we receive 38 kilometers of tarmac between Isinya and Konza, Madam Speaker, a lot of us will be operating from our homes and feel, the pleasure of operating from home and coming to work in Nairobi, the way the people in Thika do, Madam Speaker. We want to feel what these other privileged Kenyans do feel, Madam Speaker. We want to come from our homes, work and go back to our farms, Madam Speaker. It is possible, but we've been marginalized while being the bedroom of Nairobi. We've been marginalized while so near to development. We see the skyscrapers of Nairobi, Madam Speaker. We just get to see. We see the SGR crossing our area, Madam Speaker.
Your time is up, Senator.
Madam Speaker, we see even take a track of power lines.
Okay. Senator Osotsi.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to say something on the Equalization Fund appropriation bill. Madam Speaker, this particular bill is supposed to appropriate money to go to these deprived areas. Madam Speaker, we are talking about 34 areas in 34 counties which are going to benefit from this fund. And looking through it, my county is not included among the 34 counties. And Madam Speaker, I am very concerned. When this bill first came to this House, Mr. Speaker, I engaged the CRA, and they told me that they were going to consider counties, which areas in counties which are at least quintile 2 or quintile 1. And some of my areas are in quintile 2, Madam Speaker. But when I look through the bill, my county is not listed. And I want to join my colleagues who have said, I think we need to relook at the policy that identifies the areas that it needs to benefit from this equalization fund. Madam Speaker, I think even before we consider this particular bill, I think it will be important that the policy, the marginalization policy, that then this distribution is based on, must be considered by this House and approved by this House. Because we cannot just come in at the last moment where we are being told to appropriate money. We must also look at the policy itself. How are they identifying the so-called marginalized sublocation, and how are they categorizing into various quintiles, from quintile 1 to quintile 4. Madam Speaker, when I was given a list by the CRA, we had areas in my county which ideally deserve to benefit from this equalization fund. There is a sublocation called Mwembe. There is a sublocation called Evola, which are in Tambua ward. There are 2 sublocations, Vigulu, Chagenda, which are in Mungoma and South Maragoli. They are not listed in this list, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these are heavily marginalized areas. The people, like in this place called Chagenda, people are staying on stones. People have no access to water. People have no access to hospitals. People have no access to roads. And then you categorize them as sublocations which are not going to benefit. That is why we must question the process of determining the marginalized sublocation, instead of us just waiting to approve money to go into these areas. Madam Speaker, there is an area in a ward called Mavoko, which is on a hill. Even getting there is a problem. There are schools there. Children struggle to get to their schools. And this area is not listed among the areas to benefit. Madam Speaker, this area called Vigulu and Chagenda has always experienced hailstorms. Just about 2 weeks ago, the houses in this area were destroyed by heavy hailstorms. And these people have not benefited from any emergency support from the government. They are experiencing climate change challenges because of the destruction of Maragoli forests. And government is doing nothing. When this opportunity arises, I expect such areas to benefit, but they are not benefiting because of the policy that we have not looked at, because of the policy that is done in a skewed manner. I want to respect the independence of CRA. But being independent does not mean that you are not subject to oversight. We want to see how they determine marginalization in our areas. Because in any case, this marginalization fund was meant for ASAL areas. But now, because you have expanded the counties to be considered to 34, then we must question why 34 and not the others, the remaining 13 counties. Kakamega County, for example, Madam Speaker, is not included. We know there are places in Kakamega County, Lugari areas, and even some areas of Matungu, which are heavily marginalized, but they are not included. So, Madam Speaker, we cannot be sitting here talking about which area to get equalization fund when we do not participate in reviewing, discussing, debating the marginalization policy upon which the determination of these areas is done. Madam Speaker, we expect in the next year, when we will be looking at 2024 bill, that before the bill is brought to us, we want to look at the list of the areas in which quintile do they belong and what marginalization policy is done before we pass these figures. Madam Speaker, I feel so bad that my county is being categorized among the rich counties, when we know Vihiga County is one of the most densely populated counties. And because of the dense population, our people have no land to cultivate anything. Our people are going hungry every day. And then you come here and say they are not marginalized. We look for other areas which are marginalized, and we leave out potential areas which should be marginalized and which should be in this list. Madam Speaker, areas like Kiptemes, areas like Gimarakwa, areas like Evola, these are remote areas, Madam Speaker. Even getting there is a problem. No water, no electricity, nothing. But they are not included here. So we are asking CRA, even though you are independent, your independence does not mean that you do things in a skewed manner. You need to subject that policy.
Senator, your time is up. Senator Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution towards this bill. Mr. Speaker, on the face of it, I support...
Senator Nyamu, I have not changed my sex yet.
Oh. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to support this bill on the onset and on the face of it because I support the concept. I support the concept of marginalized areas being given extra funds to channel development to them. I also support because it alleviates the burden of the already strained county budget. I also like the fact that it is project specific and it is also area specific. But Madam Speaker, I also have an issue with the formula, just like my other colleagues have said before. And Nairobi has been assumed to be a rich county. Just because we have rich estates like Karen, Muthaiga, we ignore the slum dwellers of Nairobi. Article 204 of the Constitution that creates this bill is very clear that it is this bill and these funds are supposed to benefit the marginalized areas. Madam Speaker, in Nairobi, we have a lot of marginalized area and that are also densely populated. Nairobi is the home of big slums like Kibera, Mathare, Korokocho, and the Kayabas. And I'm sure, Madam Speaker, you have never heard of a slum called Silanga, etc. The deplorable state that these citizens, Kenyan citizens, are living in have continued to be ignored by policy makers and also legislators in this and the other houses, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I happen to be privileged to have served at the board of Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company for 3 years before I became a senator. And in Nairobi Water, we had mapped Nairobi into 7 regions. We have the central region, which includes the CBD and its environs. We have the southern region. And Madam Speaker, we saw it wise and necessary to have another region, a separate region that is called that it included all the slums that was called I forget the name, but the slums and all those regions were under a region, regardless of the location and the geographical area. And Madam Speaker, how we dealt with the slums was not the same way we dealt with other regions, in terms of billing, in terms of water supply, because they are more populated and they are less privileged. So, Madam Speaker, I want this House And I want the policymakers, the CRAs, to deal with these regions and to recognize them as marginalized, because they are marginalized, Madam Speaker. We are talking about Korokocho, Soweto, the Viwandani, the Riruta, and all these other areas, Madam Speaker, that have been ignored. Just because they neighbor Karen or they neighbor Muthaiga and other rich estates does not mean they should be ignored. Madam Speaker, they are not children of a lesser God. And Madam Speaker, we have been crying as Nairobi for these slum dwellers, and we have been ignored over the years. And we are going to resort even to unorthodox means. Madam Speaker, as the women of Nairobi and the women of Lainisaba and Kiboro and Muji wa Huruma, we are going to undress in this town, Madam Speaker, so that we can get the attention of the policymakers and this house and the legislators, Madam Speaker, because Nairobi is not a rich county, Madam Speaker. We are not a rich county. Just because we are the seat of government and we happen to have rich estates here and there does not mean that we are rich, Madam Speaker. And enough of this talk. We are going to find solutions for ourselves. Just like Governor Wavinya Ndeti said, that Kambas have their own ways of solving things. Nairobi, we are going to find a way of solving this means and having our slum dwellers recognized by the highest office in this house. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to also add my voice to the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I stand in support of the bill for several reasons. One, Madam Speaker, for the first time since the advent of devolution, we are now almost at the tail end of actualizing the debate around the Equalization Fund and action on marginalization. The article of the Constitution establishing the Equalization Fund, Article 204, Madam Speaker, makes it mandatory that we consider the recommendations of the CRA in appropriating any funds to deal with marginalized areas. Madam Speaker, that has been done, and I want to emphasize that the CRA, yes, it is a constitutional institution, a commission established by the Constitution, but Madam Speaker, it is also an institution populated by human beings who can make mistakes. And when they do make those mistakes, we have a duty of care to correct those mistakes. Madam Speaker, at least now 34 counties will receive these funds. It's unfortunate that counties like Nyamira have not been listed. But the beauty of this, Madam Speaker, is that the expectation, and you will be very keen on this, the expectation is that the fact that some areas have been identified as marginalized in the 2023-24 financial year does not mean that they will automatically be listed to benefit from this fund in 2024-2025 financial year. We expect that some areas will acquire a level of development that will push them out of the list of marginalization so that other areas may be listed. Secondly, Madam Speaker, because I know there is a matter that is pending before this House, I want to call upon the members of the county assemblies in the areas that have been listed as marginalized and therefore benefiting from this fund to realize that there will be additional allocations to their wards. And this, Madam Speaker, must be taken very seriously. That the funds that we are taking to the 17 wards in Kitui out of the 4 constituencies that have benefited from this fund are additional funds, and they are specific to development in those wards. So, Madam Speaker, the 139 million that is going to Kitui East constituency to cover Choloni, Endau Malalani, Mutitu Kaliku, Vochamatu, and Zombe Mwiteka wards, those amounts of money must be seen to be undertaking basic services in those wards. And the same applies to the monies that is going to Kitui South, Mwingi Central, Mwingi North, and all the other wards in all the constituencies, 34 of them, that are benefited from this fund. So, Madam Speaker, we don't end up with a situation where after the money is released to the counties, then governors may now realize that they have additional funds to recruit more staff and do other things outside of the wards that have been identified. Madam Speaker, that is very, very important for members of the county assemblies in this country to understand that there are monies that have been allocated to the specific counties for basic services, and those monies must be spent in those wards and to provide those basic services. Madam Speaker, in support, I say I want to thank this House for agreeing with me, because I know they will, to send 418,142 shillings 557 to Kitui County for the Equalization Fund. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I support.
I now call upon the mover to reply. Senator Halwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to reply. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank all colleagues for the support they have shown for this very important motion. And we have noted their comments, especially on the unfairness of the motion. I mean, not the motion, the formula that was developed by CRA. The only thing we can assure them is that now the ball is in our court, because a few years from now, they'll be coming before us for us to approve a new version of that formula. And I think at that time, we'll all bring your views on board. But I want to agree on one thing. If we are going to extend the benefit beyond the 14 deserving counties, then let everybody get. Because there's nobody who doesn't have pockets of poverty, including the great Nairobi, including the great Kiambu. In Kakamega, people in Maraba ward are waiting for this money. They'll be very grateful. Yes, we have. The people of Eregi, on the reaches of Eregi there, in Ekolomani, reaches of Egoho, Idaho East, they're waiting for this money. So, should the formula have to change, we will have to set a higher standard. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I move the motion. I move the bill. With those remarks, Madam Speaker, I reply, and I beg, Madam Speaker, that on standing order number 63.3, you allow the putting of the question to be deferred and be put to a later date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The putting of the question is deferred. Honorable Senators, pursuant to standing order number 45.2, I wish to reorganize the sequence of the business of today to move to order number 9. Can the clerk read it out, please?
Order number 9, motion, extension of the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee.
Can the mover move forward?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move the following motion. extension of the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee. Aware that the National Dialogue Committee was established by Parliament through a resolution passed by the National Assembly and stated on the 16th of August 2023 and 29th of August 2023, respectively. Further, aware that the resolution outlines the mandate of the committee, which includes to facilitate dialogue, consensus building, and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Acknowledging that since its establishment, the committee has made tremendous progress in exercise of its mandate and has achieved the following milestone. 1, formulated and adopted the framework agreement, framed and adopted the statement of issues, unbundled the issues and agreed on prioritization of issues, harmonized the unbundled issues, conducted public participation and stakeholder engagement in line with the requirements of Article 10 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and examined and analyzed the memoranda that were received from the public and stakeholder submissions. Further, cognizant that the committee is present in the process of considering the issues for negotiation and recommending appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on each of the framed issues, which are 1, electoral justice and related matters, 2, outstanding constitutional matters, 3, fidelity to political parties and coalition and the law on multi-party democracy, 4, entrenching the National Government Constituency Development Fund, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund into the Constitution, and finally establishment and entrenchment of state officers. Conscious that the resolution as passed by both houses of parliament required the committee to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions within 60 days from the 29th of August 2023, recognizing the need for the committee to conclude the consideration of the issues for negotiations, the process of making the appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on each of the issues as framed by the committee, and preparation of a report for submission to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalition and thereafter to Parliament. Now, therefore, the House of Parliament resolved to extend the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee by a further 30 days from the 28th of October 2023, and consequently the committee shall be required to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalition on or before the 26th of November 2023, and after that submit its report to Parliament. Madam Speaker, this is a fairly straightforward motion. The mandate of this committee lapses on the 28th, which is next week. And as you know, Madam Speaker, this House proceeds on a short recess. So we are bringing this motion as a precaution so that the mandate of this committee does not lapse when we are in recess, Madam Speaker. As you may be aware, Madam Speaker, the National Assembly yesterday did pass a similar motion and extended the mandate of the Dialogue Committee to the 23rd of November. So we are trying to synchronize the mandate of the two committees so that the time, the extension of time is on the same date. Madam Speaker, we have made quite some progress ever since we got the approval of this House. We took submissions from more than 704 stakeholders who made submissions, and we received presentations for stakeholders who appeared, more than 60, from various groups, including constitutional commissions. This process has attracted a lot of interest from Kenyans. Even the judiciary appeared before us and made submissions. I want to thank senators who took interest to make presentations before us. I want to thank Senator Wambua, who wrote a memorandum and appeared before us. Senator Ojienda, who appeared and made a very lengthy submission on the issue of checks and balances, more so how to balance power exercise of legislative power between the National Assembly and the Senate. And all that are still matters that are under consideration. I want to thank Senator for Narok, who also made a presentation on how to harmonize the roles of these two houses. So, Madam Speaker, this process is very key and is relevant even to us as a Senate. We have already tackled a number of issues and almost agreed, more or less, on issues of IBC, issues of entrenching the office of Cabinet, Prime Cabinet Secretary, the issue of fidelity to political parties and multipartism, the issue of having a leader of opposition in the House, the issue of the three funds, NGCDF, Affirmative Action, and Senate Oversight Fund. Madam Speaker, there are a number of very important issues that are still pending before the committee, including issues of cost of living, issues of checks and balances, which touch on the relationship between this House, Senate, and the National Assembly, the issue on issues generally around governance and outstanding constitutional issues. So, Madam Speaker, in view of that, it is the wish of the committee that we get more time so that we can deliberate this matter. I must thank members, the delegations from the Kenya Kwanza, who have really spearheaded this process in good faith, with a lot of sensitivity, without any trace of vindictiveness, that's how leadership should be. And we should never fear amending our constitution, Madam Speaker. You know that many countries in Africa, very progressive democracies, even South Africa enacted their constitution in 1996. By 1997, they amended. Ghana passed their constitution in 1992. By 1996, they had amended. Many people cheat Kenyans when they say that the American constitution has never been amended. It has been amended many times. Many times. Actually, it was passed in 1787, and after 5 years, they passed a total of 10 amendments, including the Bill of Rights in 1791. So this is a process that we should all embrace. We should not fear if it comes to a referendum. We shouldn't fear. Australia has had more than 19 referendums, and in November, they are going to have another one. They have made attempts to amend 44 clauses of the Australian Constitution, and in all those, only 8 have been successful. The rest have been rejected. So going for a referendum, Madam Speaker, to amend our Constitution, it's not war. That's the mechanism that we have put in our Constitution, that there are some clauses that are protected under Article 255. So the only way you can amend them is 255. So let's isolate issues that can be amended using parliamentary process. If there are those which require us to go to a referendum, we do so. It's not anything that is unusual. Rwanda has amended their constitution through a referendum. So we can do it, Madam Speaker. All that we want to do is to ensure that we live as Kenyans, Madam Speaker. We want to respect our multi-party democracy, accept that there will always be the executive side and the minority side, that is the ones that lead the opposition. So I don't want to spend a lot of time, Madam Speaker. I urge senators to support this fairly straightforward motion so that we can get time to finalize. And I urge senators to be on the look when there is an opportunity, appear before this committee, make presentations. Madam Speaker, I know even Senator Cherargei made his presentation. We didn't get time to hear him, but exercise the window that we are giving you with this extension. Come there and share your views with us. Because when we have such a process, Madam Speaker, we don't want to lock anybody. Anybody who has a proposal, come, put it on the table, we listen to everybody, and then we'll report back to Kenyans. So, Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move and kindly ask Senator Boni Halwale to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. And I want to thank Senator Mugeni for giving me the honor to second this very important motion. When this committee was constituted, there was a lot of suspicion and bad blood between the two sides at the dialogue. With time, things have normalized, and therefore it gives me a lot of pleasure to be seconding a motion that gives them an opportunity to conclude, make the product hygienic, make the product even better. And Madam Speaker, I will not dwell too much on it because of the interest of time, and I want to leave 5 minutes for my kid brother, Jaranagay, to say something. 2 minutes and 2 minutes. But I want to applaud all the people who have made presentations, with special acknowledgement to the presentation by Professor Guido Muigai, a man we respect in this country. He spoke to the issue of the cost of running government. Under the new constitution, the cost of running government is too high. I am persuaded that we do not need 47 counties. We need to make big counties that are economically viable. If you go to a county like Kakamega, because we are huge, we do huge projects. But you go to a small county like Isiolo, they hardly have money for development. So there is wisdom in what Professor Guido said, and I support him, that we should reduce counties to 10 and reduce constituencies. The times when people used to say the place is too big, it is a time when we didn't have good means of transport. We didn't have good means of communication. We are now moving into the modern world. There should be no fear. I want to second, and Mr. Speaker, I second the motion as moved.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question. Aware that the National Dialogue Committee was established by Parliament through a resolution passed by the National Assembly and the Senate on 16th August 2023 and 29th August 2023 respectively. Further aware that the resolution outlines the mandate of the committee, which includes to facilitate dialogue, consensus building, and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya. Acknowledging that since its establishment, the committee has made tremendous progress in exercise of its mandate and has achieved the following milestones: formulated and adopted the framework agreement, framed and adopted the statement of issues, unbundled the issues and agreed on prioritization of issues, harmonized the unbundled issues, conducted public participation and stakeholder engagement in line with the requirements of Article 10 of the Constitution, and examined and analyzed the memoranda that were received from the public and stakeholder submissions. Further cognizant that the committee is presently in the process of considering the issues of negotiations and recommending appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on each of the framed issues, which are electoral justice and related matters, outstanding constitutional matters, fidelity to political parties, coalitions, and the law of multi-party democracy, entrenching the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund into the Constitution, and establishment and entrenchment of state offices. Conscious that the resolution as passed by both houses of Parliament required the committee to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and the Azimio coalitions within 60 days from 29th August 2023, recognizing the need for the committee to conclude the considerations of issues for negotiations, the process of making appropriate constitutional, legal, policy, and reforms on each of the issues as framed by the committee, and preparation of a report for submission to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions and thereafter to Parliament. Now, therefore, the Houses of Parliament resolve to extend the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee by a further 30 days from 28th October 2023, and consequently, the committee shall be required to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions on or before 26th November 2023, and after that submit its report to Parliament. Members, I will call upon senators to contribute, but pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A, I wish to extend the time by 15 minutes. Who is there? Senator Cherarki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank Senator Okongo Mugeni for bringing this motion and Senator Kalwale for seconding.
Honorable Senators, I wish you that you will take into consideration the time extended and bear that in mind so that we are able to finalize this. So I propose that you don't go beyond 5 minutes.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I'm well stand guided, and they say brevity is the soul of wit, so I will abide by your ruling. Madam Speaker, I want to say this national dialogue that is ongoing for some time, Madam Speaker, as they demand for extension of time, they must listen to each and every Kenyan. Madam Speaker, I was shocked when they wrote me a letter that I could not appear. And I'm an ordinary Kenyan, I'm a leader. You can imagine if they declined for all senators to appear, how will the Mama Mboga and Boda Boda appear before the committee? Madam Speaker, I want to challenge through Senator Okongo Mugeni. Learn to listen to everybody, so that by the time you are tabling your report, if there are issues that will be on administrative, if there are issues that will be go to referendum, if there are issues that will be done through parliamentary intervention, that report should come to the floor of the House. We are not worried. You know, there was BBI 1. This can be a possibility of BBI 2. Because we agree, for us who have a privilege of being learned friends, we know the Constitution is not cast on stone. We can amend at any time to improve it. Because, Madam Speaker, when we were passing, we said 70% is good, 30% is bad. And we say we'll come back and look at the 30%. I hope when the third time comes, no one will throw the baby and the bath water away. When that time comes to make those decisions, Madam Speaker, I want to urge the committee to invite me. I have one of the Solomonic, the silver bullet in unlocking where this country should go, Madam Speaker, including even of extension of presidential term, the issue of electoral justice, the issue of devolution, the issue of the role of the Senate, Madam Speaker. As we go into the future, the Senate must occupy its rightful place before the table of negotiations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish in future, when they'll come back to the report, they must also report back to us who has been footing their bills in Bomas and the sitting allowances, so that when that report is stable, Kenyans will not be based on suspicions, Madam Speaker. I want to wish the committee well. I hope in the next 7 days I'll be able to appear and share with you what I think is best for this country. And if there is one person who loves this country, Madam Speaker, is yours truly. We want this country to prosper. With those very many reps and in the interest of other colleagues, allow me to support this motion because it's a procedural motion, and wish the committee well. And if they don't invite me, it will not be valid. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very interesting to hear that the validity of this committee is dependent on the invitation of Senator Cherarki to make a presentation. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the extension of time for the bipartisan dialogue team that is trying to crack a middle ground and return peace and order back in the country. Madam Speaker, I am privileged to have served in the first team that disbanded midway, arising from disagreements. I'm happy that the second team has covered so much ground, and they only need a little time to compile their report and present that report to Parliament and to the principals of the two coalitions. Madam Speaker, my appeal to this team is to consider three things in this order. Number one, Madam Speaker, the cost of living. Number two, Madam Speaker, the cost of living. And number three, Madam Speaker, the cost of living. Madam Speaker, if item number 1 fails, they should try item number 2. And if item number 2 fails, they should try item number 3. If that fails, they revert to item number 1. Madam Speaker, this country is bleeding. Kenyans cannot bear the cost of living anymore. The cost of fuel is rising almost every week. The cost of maize flour is too much. The cost of school fees for children is unbearable. Basically, the cost of living, Madam Speaker, in this country is unbearable to a great majority of Kenyans. And one of the things that as a team from Azimio we have been pushing is that even if this team is unable for whatever reason to achieve anything else, at least the cost of living must be handled. It must be managed to a level that an ordinary Kenyan is comfortable and proud to be a Kenyan living in Kenya in the year 2023. Madam Speaker, after they achieved that item, I made a presentation for the creation of Mwingi County, Madam Speaker, and I have explained myself before this committee. I hope and pray that when this committee meets to compile their report, then the people of Mwingi County who were denied county status on a technicality, Madam Speaker, that injustice will be cured. The people of Mwingi will get a county and they will be able to enjoy the fruits of devolution. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Senator Stewart Masayo.
Asante Bi Speaker. Bi Speaker, pia mimi nataka kuunga mkono hii hoja iliyoletwa hapa mbele na ndugu yangu Commissioner. Cha kwanza ni kwamba hii kamati ya majadiliano ambayo inaendelea hivi sasa ni kamati muhimu sana. Muhimu sana kwa taifa, muhimu sana kwa kila Mkenya, kwa sababu imeweza kuleta amani, imeweza kufanya nchi ikatulia, na alafu watu wakawa wanaendelea na mambo yao kama kawaida. Bi Speaker, kitu cha kwanza ambacho nataka hii kamati iweze kufanya ni kwamba iangalie haki ya mwananchi, sio haki ya polisi peke yake. Haki ya mwananchi nikisema namna hii ni kwamba wananchi wengi wanashikwa kiholela bila sababu na wanabandikiwa mashtaka. Kuwe na kitu mwafaka ambacho kitawekwa katika kipengele cha sheria kuona ya kwamba wengi wao wale wananchi wakiwa wanataka kushikwa ama mtu yote anataka kushikwa, vile vile iwe sheria itawekwa katika hali nzuri ya kwamba kutakuwa na heshima na mwananchi. Vile vile pia nataka kusema kwamba pia ukitaka kushika kama mheshimiwa, ukitaka kunishika kama mimi kama senator, ambao utaweza kushika mtu mwingine yoyote, Bi Speaker, kamati hii yenye uelewano ambao hivi sasa inakuwa katika mazungumzo haya iweze kuona kwamba kutakuwa kitu cha kwanza wanaangalia wale kama kuna watu ambao wanatakana kushikwa. Ukiniambia kama mimi niende police station mahali fulani nitakwenda, lakini utapata ya kwamba hata waheshimiwa pia hawaheshimiki sasa. Na katika macho ya wananchi ukiona kwamba kama mheshimiwa wako haheshimiki hata na askari, inakuwa jambo la aibu. Jana mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa kule Mavoko, na tulikuwa tumeenda na wale principals wetu ambao ni vigogo wetu katika mirengo ya siasa. Lakini utakuja kupata ya kwamba hata baada ya kuwaeleza ya kwamba tunapeleka chakula na tunaenda kuwaona wale watu ambao wameathirika, hata kama kuna order, lakini ingekuwa vyema ungekuwa na heshima, kwa sababu wale walikuwa na viongozi na waliweza kuambia wale maaskari ya kwamba hakutakuwa na fujo kwa sababu tunapeleka chakula na tutaongea nao vizuri. Kwa hiyo kamati hii mimi naunga mkono kwamba iongezwe muda ule ambao wameusema wana haja ya kupata ili waweze kutengeza ripoti nzuri. na hiyo ripoti ndio itakayokuwa ngao na ulinzi wa umoja wetu katika Kenya. Naunga mkono, Speaker.
Over to reply.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the senators who have spoken this afternoon in support of extension of time for National Dialogue Committee. I wish to thank all of them, and I'm very happy with the bipartisan spirit that I've seen across the floor, the support from the majority side and from the minority side. And I want to assure senators that we are alive to the expectations of Kenyans. People have come to NARCO, have actually called us aside and said all hopes of Kenyans are on you, so ensure that you deliver. We have heard what senators have said. The pending issues, Madam Speaker, as you know, include the cost of living that Senator Wambua has spoken. We have not tackled that issue of cost of living. The issue of governance, I like what Senator Stuart Mazayo has spoken about, the issue of police, how the police officers treat honorable members of parliament. Madam Speaker, we need to address that so that there is some honor on how you treat members of parliament. So I assure you, Senator Mazayo, that we will address that issue under that sub-heading of governance. That will be addressed, and we know best practices. You know, Madam Speaker, some countries have really progressed. If you go to UK, commissioners who head the 8 regions in UK are elected by the people themselves. Some states in the US, judges are elected in the ballot because they want those who are dispensing justice, those who are enforcing laws, to also be accountable to the people. So these are issues that we need to put on the table. It's a constitutional moment. I like what Senator Cheragia said, that we did admit as a country that we had some 30% issue with the constitution that we enacted in 2010. So we'll get an opportunity to address all these issues, including what has been flagged, the relationship of the two houses. So I thank you, Madam Speaker, and beg to reply. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 84-1, I wish to make the determination that this matter does not affect counties and put the question. Honorable Senators, I put the question. Aware that the National Dialogue Committee was established by Parliament through a resolution passed by National Assembly and the Senate on 16th August 2023 and 29th August 2023 respectively, further aware that the resolution outlines the mandate of the committee, which includes to facilitate dialogue, consensus building, and recommend appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms on issues of concern to the people of Kenya, acknowledging that since its establishment, the committee has made tremendous progress in exercise of its mandate and has achieved the following milestones: formulated and adopted the framework agreement, framed and adopted the statement of issues, unbundled the issues and agreed on prioritization of issues, harmonized the unbundled issues, conducted public participation and stakeholder engagement in line with the requirement of Article 10 of the Constitution, and examined and analyzed the memoranda that were received from the public and stakeholder submissions. Further cognizant that the committee is presently in the process of considering the issues of negotiations and recommending appropriate constitutional, legal, and policy reforms, and each of the framed issues, which are electoral justice and related matters, outstanding constitutional matters, fidelity to political parties, coalitions, and the law on multi-party democracy, entrenching the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and the Senate Oversight Fund into the constitution and establishment and entrenchment of state offices. Conscious that the resolution as passed by both houses of Parliament required the committee to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalition coalitions within 60 days from 29th August 2023, recognizing that the need for the committee to conclude the consideration of the issues of negotiations, the process of making appropriate constitutional, legal, policy reforms on each of the issues as framed by the committee, and preparation of a report for submission to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions, and thereafter to Parliament. Now, therefore, the Houses of Parliament resolve to extend the mandate of the National Dialogue Committee by a further 30 days from 28th October 2023, and consequently, the committee shall be required to report to the leadership of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio coalitions on or before 26th November 2023, and after that, submit its report to Parliament. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:45 p.m. Time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate shall therefore stand adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 19th October 2023 at 2:30 p.m.